Obvious on. This on.
Good morning. Welcome to the regular council meeting for February 10th. Everybody online, and we have some delegation. Our RCMP representatives are here. We'll get started off. Is there any additions to the agenda?
Nothing for me. I'd like to talk about Signal Road. I don't want to complain about that, so I'd like to add that in there, see what we're up to with it, how we're fixing it.
8.11 Michael Road.
No, nothing for me.
And nothing for me at this time either.
Hey, Aaron, I'd just like to add that the road straight north of Andrew, what is that, 160, where they did the shoulder pull, I'm getting lots of complaints with the warm weather. It turned into soup, I guess.
Any other additions? Okay, administration.
The last added item.
164 north of Andrew.
North of Highway 45, north of 45 where they did the shoulder pull. Thanks, Aaron.
Never mind.
Okay.
Review the Elk Island Public School Day update, the items we cleaned up fine. Otherwise, we just have some handouts for items that are already on the agenda.
There's no any other additions. Can I have somebody make a motion to adopt as amended?
You move to the Lamont County Council adopt the February 10th, 2026 regular council meeting agenda and command.
Okay. All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. All right, you guys had time through and check our minutes from last meeting. There's no errors or omissions? Can I have somebody make that motion too, please?
Sure. The Lamont County Council adopt the January 27, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Perfect. All in favor?
In favor. In favor.
Okay. We don't have any public hearings as of right now, so we're gonna invite our RCMP representatives up for a delegation.
Morning all. Thanks so much for having us here today. I don't have too much pressing on the go without sounding like a broken record here at the end of it with our resourcing issues, but I had some good news to share on that front last time I was in here, and then it got progressively worse, but we'll touch base on that. So seems like the domino effect.
Yeah.
I'll just briefly go over the community policing report. Again, there's not a whole lot in here. I don't want to bore you with staff, but so one of our number one priority is the crime reduction and crime and drug trafficking. So as built into our annual performance plan, when we target these small percentage of people doing a large percentage of crime, we like to keep our thumb on the pulse of those prolific offenders. So what happens is, you know, those they go to jail for 100 times, they get out in a couple hours, and they're on conditions in our community. So we do home checks. So what we do is if they're on conditions of curfew, we're checking them 2 times a night, make sure they're still at home. So in the third quarter, we conducted 25 prolific offender management checks within the policing area. As a result, those checks forwarded and were agreed to go into comply with the conditions released on charge accordingly. So these people sign off saying they're gonna stay in their house from 9 o'clock at night till 6 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is. We go knock on the door, 4 o'clock in the morning, they're not there. We breach and we get a warrant and send them back to jail. So it's kind of like a revolving. It's important to do that because as I'll show you in our crime stats, having the thumb on the pulse of 8 to 10 people drastically reduce their property term. And I think I speak for both areas when I talk about that. Second one is impaired driving, distracted driving. During the third quarter, Vegreville RCMP issued 52 violation tickets and conducted 35 alcohol screening demands. Of those 35, 4 individuals were found to be operating motor vehicle while impaired and received the provincial sanctions for that. So that's our new process rather than a criminal charge. Police community relations, a little bit lacking in the third quarter. Again, the resources are pretty low. During the third quarter, the RCMP conducted numerous meaningful community engagement activities. We did multiple recruitment initiatives, organized the Christmas hamper, attended numerous school events and numerous sporting events and activities within the schools and communities. I know my crew there is pretty diligent at going out to the hockey games here in Monday or when there's big games. They'll come and sit to the game as long as they can, and just to have a presence in the community during the events. So staffing resources. So this data was pulled at the end of the third quarter, and since then we've had significant turnover. So I know this says we have 4 working or 4 established positions and 3 working. Right now on a global scale, the MPSA and the PPSA, I'm supposed to have 9 constables. I have 4. And out of those 4, as of 2 weeks ago, 2 of them were on RFT. So they weren't allowed to be out on their own or take on also. Thankfully, as of last week, we got them both signed off. So I have 4 real police officers. In the detachment, I do have a recruit coming in about 3 weeks. And then at the end of March, I have another recruit coming. So progress is being made, but again, we always talk about filling those holes. You have to have number 1, somebody with enough service experience to train those people, and then number 2 is they are not a real full member until 6 months service. So all of that on-call time, those call-outs and stuff, they can't be utilized for that for a 6-month time. So it's hard on resourcing levels, right? But it is what it is. We haven't stopped policing. We won't stop policing. We haven't changed our policing strategy. We've adopted a little bit of a work smarter method in the detachment, but we're still providing the same level of policing as we would with 9 constables. It's just a little bit harder to do. So, stats look really good. Persons crimes were down 0.6, which is, as long as that number is going down, it's not a huge number, but it's still trending the right way. Property crime, we're pretty proud of it. We're down 4.1%, and I know that doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when you're dealing with small numbers, that 4% is kind of nice to see, right? So this is about the 6th council meeting I've sat at this table where I'm able to report that our property crimes keep going down, which is really nice. And now the criminal code is down almost 5%, which is good. Talk about provincial sanctions. So that's traffic enforcement. So that number there looks great on paper that we're down 18%. That's not a number I like to see go down. That's what I like to see go up because that's a proactive initiative. So that means that my crew's out there, doing traffic enforcement. We're down 18% right now, but again, the resource levels are just not what we need them to be able to be super proactive on that. On another note, I'm proud to say that after our last council meeting, we talked about the intersection here, the Mondare intersection 16, and what we're going to do to put some political push on the province to mend that intersection somehow. I got in touch with our Capital East traffic section out of Edmonton, and we developed a kind of a strategic action plan to focus on that intersection. So in the third quarter, we collectively, we've done about 21 hours of enforcement in 3 months in that intersection, resulted in 44 violation tickets in 1 morning. So that's in 21 hours of enforcement there, we've issued 44 violation tickets. And knock on wood, I don't want to say it, but things are looking up the last 3 months. So I think the price is making a difference. I don't think it's the fix, the long-term fix for that intersection, but I do think we're doing what we can right now. So happy about that.
What are the enforcements that you can do at that intersection?
We're doing speeding, we're doing intersection enforcement, we're doing distracted driving, stop sign, rolling stop signs. that intersection, everybody's a habit of coming south and just hitting it across and hoping for the best. So we're sitting, both turning lanes, east and westbound, and north are blocked by large commercial vehicles all the time. Can't see the second lane and the third lane, they line up. So it's a, well, we don't have to tell you guys it's a bad intersection, but, everybody just tries to pin it past the semis that are turning because they can't see, and that's where you're in trouble, right? So, sending the message that you need to take the time to stop and have a look at that intersection. So lots of enforcement's going on, and that's not gonna stop. Like, those guys are pulling, their stats generated, second, right? They run off stats, and they're pulling good stats at that intersection, so they're not going anywhere. So we'll keep them there as long as we can, so. I think the other thing I wanted to touch on now, I think I sent the letter out, we're changing up the way we do our annual performance plans. So now it's called the CPP instead of APP. I'm not sure if you gentlemen have received the request yet, but essentially it's the same process. But what we're doing, instead of meeting with you guys and coming up with initiatives for our performance plan for the annual, we're just basically sending out the letter, letting you guys come up with a list of your priorities, sending them back to us, and then collectively with all of our stakeholders, we're going to develop a community action plan for the year. And then we report back to you guys as to what we're going to actually focus on, and then we do a community meeting and report to the community as to what we're. So again, we can't stress enough. We see in the media all the time this agenda that the federal government decides how we police our communities. It's going to be the farthest from the truth. You guys have always built the strategic plan for our annual performance, and who knows best what we need to do in this community, you guys, as far as allocating our resources, right? So you guys will continue to build that plan with us, and we'll go from there. So we do need feedback on those sooner than later. We have to build our plan. Probably by late March, it's going to have to be in effect, or at least the framework for it. So we'll wait to hear back from our stakeholders on that. But other than that, if there's no questions, that's all I have.
And we're very similar. Our APP is very similar to Collins we're doing the same thing with our prolific offenders. We're going out if we have, our downside for us is a lot of the prolific offenders don't live in our area. They live in the cities and stuff like that, but we do have them. We keep track of them, and we do go get them. I'll just bring a couple of stats are different for me. Our property crime is down. We're down. Oh, sorry, I'm Corporal Nick.
And yeah, sorry, because you guys are both fairly new for us.
Yeah.
Corporal Nichols and
Scott,
Yeah, so, and just to go into that, with the retirement of Sergeant Henry, I've been interim, or whatever you call it, for the last, 4 months or so. And we're in the process of filling that position, so I'm doing the corporal sergeant position right now, so. Perfect. Stats, so our stats, our property crime is down 35%, that's great. But our person's crime is up 120%. What we're seeing is hard and sticks for whatever reason, stuff like that. We're seeing a lot of more assaults, other threats, those kinds of things. For us, they're up. I don't know that I have a real good answer why that is, but it is. So that's something we're going to look at. I don't know what we can do to change that, but we'll look at that going forward. But that's putting a little bit of pressure on our department. Of course, with those types of crimes, charges and court stuff, so like a break and enter, we will take some statements and you're done with it and you move on to the next thing. They take a little bit more working time. So we are a little different on, we are fully staffed. I have 4 constables, and that's what I have. Our office staff is full with exceptions. So that part of it's good. We've had a couple of very, very large files. The good thing for you guys is none of them have really been in your guys' area or our 2 hills counties really, but we've had a home invasion, we've had a robbery in the last month. So some of that's created some strain on the detachment or extra workload, but we on the robbery one we did we got 3 in custody for that, so that was good. We're very happy about that. The home invasion is still, GIS is helping us out from St. Paul. to help us out with some resources and stuff that our guys just couldn't get done.
Yep.
So, as far as the stat, like I said, the other stuff goes, we're down a little bit as far as the enforcement of traffic and stuff, but our heads are up with the provincial saying that part is up. The tickets are down, and I think that, we had a couple members leave and a couple new members coming in. The one member that last was the ticket guy. So we could see a difference since he's left, especially with 4. So we're junior, a lot of new guys. We got one on RFT, one that just passed RFT, and another one with just over a year service. So I'm pretty junior.
Good.
So we do have 2 of those members on radar coming, of course, coming up here in February. So I think that those stats will probably turn around in the next quarter or so. So pending any questions you have, that's where we're at right now. And like I said, we're trying to fill Sergeant Henry's position as soon as humanly possible. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Sure. Any questions?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
If the numbers are there, they're.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of those companies kind of been kind of getting, they're the ones we've had the majority of like the domestics and stuff for whatever reason has been in the county. The home invasion, it was pretty brutal. And that one, we're looking at a bunch of different things. They came on December 15th, they came, they broke in, they trashed the house and stole a bunch of money. They came back exactly 1 month later on the 16th of January when the homeowner female was home invasion that's actually assaulted her and tied her up. She was able to call 911, we went in. So we're looking at a whole bunch of theories there, but yeah, not something we want to see happen. And said that's why we brought in GIS to help to see if it can solve it or get us closer anyways. So, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, we're seeing that. We're a little different than the other 2 detachments. We're obviously a lot more. We're bigger, right? We have a big portion of post model with the city. The city of Fort Saskatchewan pays for 34 positions, and then we have 3 provincial positions. So total combined 42 positions that are through Lamont County. That's where you have our city resources come out to the county, right? Where there's no divide on that. So we're able to have that benefit. Those are the plainclothes units typically that come out and support here. So of that, we have 32 of 34 city resources, municipal resources working, and 6 out of 8 provincial resources. So in the last year since I've been here, that's a big jump. Like our vacancies have improved significantly, and that's reflected in some of our proactive work and even our investigative. Actually, the benefit that we have is, should there be a drug investigation that happens in Lamont County or Bruder High, we're able to deploy our those resources from the city to investigate that. So I am happy with that staff. We have 2 public service employees, and both of those are actually working as well. And then on top of it, hasn't happened yet, but we are going to be carrying, or we're going to be making space within the Fort Saskatchewan detachment to bring in our provincial integrated traffic unit. They're currently out of Strathcona in transition to Holborn Hall, just by Shellstopper, and we're making space there. So the benefit, won't actually be utilize them day to day, but they're going to be starting and completing their shifts in Fort Saskatchewan, and naturally that will benefit towards the east end for these guys as well and out through Lamont County. Now that they should be taking place in our detachment March 1st. Just a quick snap of our call volume from October 1st to December 31st. Lamont and area call represents 62% of our total call for our rural detachment. Broken down, this doesn't include the city, this is just our rural component. So 62% of our total rural calls. October 1st to 31st, respond to 428 calls for service in Lamont County. That includes traffic enforcement. Traffic enforcement will make a big jump in those calls. In the last 6 months, we've utilized a municipal traffic employee, and they're coming out and they got free reign to come out into the country as well. And that's certainly a benefit that we've seen uptick in proactive work, traffic violations and fares. For the 2025 calendar year, 64% of total calls for service reports capture in rural area were in Lamont County. And we respond to a total 1,957 calls. I know they're kind of talking on policing priorities a little bit. We sent out a survey, Fort Saskatchewan did do a survey. I'm not sure if you've seen that yet. That's how we're going to start doing our engagement early on. Hopefully we can get that out to Lamont, the bottom. You're able to identify which community you're from. So I will be able to get that snapshot. It's not just the city of Fort Saskatchewan, but we're going to be able to build everything together. And typically, all the responses are going to be kind of in line with what they always are: property crime, traffic safety, crime reduction, right? So I anticipate that will be kind of the continuous theme. But for what we did last year, those are our 3 priorities: property crime, police, community relations, and traffic enforcement. So we're continuing to move that forward. We've been utilizing a bait vehicle throughout our catchment area quite continuously. Mixed success on that, to be honest with you, hasn't been taken and as much as we would have hoped, but it's still out there and we're trying to correctly target people. Prolific properties and offender management, that's ran by our 3-member crime reduction unit that are just totally targeted on reducing crime and dealing with our priority offenders. So when you look at the 5-year crime stats, when I see the failed comply and the breaches, when we go from 16 to 40, that's a result of proactive policing. Our guys being out there and proactively targeting these individuals that are on court orders. So I'm happy to see that. Police community relations, we've been utilizing our Facebook account that we've finally got modern, and we're out there on social media. So we got quite a few followers on Fort Saskatchewan Facebook. And we're utilizing that to engage with our citizens, but getting out the most up-to-date information for it. You won't really see it's not gonna be utilized for like live events. Quite often people think, well, why don't you post if there's a situation going on? We have other means for that we're gonna utilize. Yeah, and then for reporting a big jump, so fraud we see from January to December 2024, last calendar year 2024, we have 37, a little bit of a jump from 52. I don't think that's a shock to anybody when you look at the fraud. It's a little bit, really the only way we can address that is awareness. People and these companies are becoming more aware of how they can get into vulnerable people, and they're making those contacts with vulnerable people, right? Be it the grandparent scam or whatever scams are out there. So that's certainly a jump up. The only way we're going to address that is just community awareness and public awareness. Files of interest, Worley, Canada, located in the county, reported 3 separate break-and-enters. And suspect was cutting holes in the infrastructure along the gate, along the perimeter to gain access. So our analyst was the one that put this all together. So we're kind of monitoring that, see if there's a pattern. It's not lost on us that there's 3 incidents there. So it's definitely on our radar to see if there's something that we can do proactively, or if there's any information coming in on that, we'd like to know about it. A residential break and enter on Highway 45, where a male suspect was located and arrested. He was in a stolen vehicle from Sherwood Park and was responsible for several other criminal offenses prior. So nice that we were able to get there. Good response from our members to get on scene. Another residential break and enter, right 200, where a male subject was located and arrested. Again, that individual was driving a vehicle with a punched out ignition, right? So these aren't just one-offs, it's a crime pattern. And I mentioned the frauds. We had two frauds of note here. One was a prize scam where a 68-year-old victim received a phone call advising they won $1 million, but needed to pay a $750 upfront for gift cards. That was also a fraud. And then a grandparent scam when a 75-year-old victim received a phone call impersonating the individual's grandchild in need of some bail funds after being involved in a collision. That was $8,000, right? So we are trying to hit some of our community policing members are getting out to seniors' home. They were trying to target the vulnerable and who seem to fall more victim to it, but it's still happening. And just a couple other quick ones on our stats when you're looking at it. We had touched on the breaches. The mischiefs, when you look at the comparable, 98 to 66 with 33% decrease. A lot of that is just scoring wise on our data input on the back end. We fluctuate, some members come in and they utilize mischief as a general category of scoring. So that's kind of where we articulate that drop. Other sexual offenses went up from 6 to 11. Again, that's kind of a in range variance when you're looking at the comparable years, so I'm not too concerned about that. And then the common police activities, right? When you're looking at false alarms, 911, suspicious vehicles went down from 109 to 92. I'd actually rather see that trend upwards, right? Because that's the awareness of people calling in for suspicious so that we can track it. We do have an in-house analyst in Port Saskatchewan, so you might not actually get a response from a member, but we're going to use that data for, okay, maybe there's a black pickup truck, but that black pickup truck can be linked back to one of these property files that I just mentioned, right? Where they're able to tie it together. So I'd rather see that increase. And then spousal abuse. So we went from 137 to 117. So it's still prevalent. It's just the awareness of it. There's not much we can do, proactively to address domestic violence. Again, it's just awareness and ensure people, the community supports are in place where should there be a victim, they have the option to go to. I don't know if Phil's mentioned yet about the tour to our talk. We talked about that. That's I'll be there for sure in March in Key Division headquarters. It's going to be good for whoever can attend to come see it. That's going to show a little bit of where our provincial resources go and some of this funding that's coming to place. Our talk is truly state of the art. It is kind of a national template of what's happening. You'll be able to see on the screen these individuals are managed incidents all across Alberta, right? So while we talk about having 8 resources here in Port Saskatchewan, we're constantly deploying resources from Sherwood Park. We have a fatal crash up on Highway 28A. Sherwood Park members are already coming up to cover us, and so you'll be able to see that's all deployed through our real-time operations center and on a live tracking of where our members are. So I am looking forward to that. Bring comfortable footwear because there's no sitting area if you're going. We're running shoes because you're going to be standing while we're talking. But that's the update from Port Saskatchewan. So any questions, I'm certainly open to it.
Any questions?
No.
I'm good. Well, I know that we have one constable that I grew up in town here and we get along really well. We've noticed quite a bit even from Vegreville. Talking with some people in the Munday area, the amount of presence on the back roads you call them. We make a joke that the GRC is a gravel road cop now, right? So no, it's great to see. We've had quite a bit less in around the Chipman area so far.
Yeah.
But it's cold.
Yeah.
Wait, it changes too, right? That brings all these guys back out. But
No, it's good. So what we like to hear, sure. And I think there's good things happening. Like you'll see it through our real-time operations. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is streamline so our members can get help, right? And I just had a unit head meeting yesterday with Lancios and things like Pros Data Center, where you can call in and instead of writing a complaint, you can call in. So you can be sitting right at a radar out in the rural area and you can call and somebody transcribes it. So there is a technology out there and it's our younger generation of members are learning how to use it and they're more engaged than even I am on what's coming. So hopefully that just continues and it's an improvement that you see us out here because we need to be here, right? And that's the messaging I get. The perception is sometimes our city members think that we're just in the city. No, they need to serve the rural area, right? So.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
We did not receive the materials that you were referencing. From the crime statistics that were for Lamont, the overall rural. We did receive from a staff sergeant Polk, but we didn't receive yours and didn't receive yours. If you want to leave them behind, I can make sure copies get.
Yeah, we just got that last week, so that probably the delay in that because this is the last quarter. So that actually wasn't what I was referencing, but I certainly it is on my radar. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you want to leave what you were referencing, great.
I can send you off. This is just a slideshow that our analyst did.
Very good.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you guys very much for being here. Okay.
If you want to call me, put that as a reference, and you sure can. I'll send out an email here shortly. This week. Thanks. Thank you.
All right. There's no questions or comments. If somebody wants to make that motion at the bottom.
The Lamont County Council accept the presentation from RCMP detachments and Portland Council. Staff Sergeant Scott Lundy, Vegable, Sergeant Colin Folk, Two Hills Corporal Kevin Nichols as information.
Perfect. All in favor?
Guy in favor?
Yep. Carry. We have little bylaws today, so we're gonna move on to something a little bit different. We went with, for follow-up action plan, we have the unfinished business part of it. Things a little, so.
Yeah, so with council's approval of the proceeding bylaw, the last meeting, we added a section called unfinished business, that's section 7. And the follow-up action items was please for all intents. It's unfinished business. As usual, we have identified all of your action and resolutions here and mark the Senate. That are in progress, will come forward February 4th, and we'll come back later. If you have any questions, please reference the index number on the left side. We'll be able to mention it. By the way, how's the sound council? What is? What sound?
On for another margarita.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can you hear us there, Neil?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me? Whoever was
Yeah.
talking last was quiet, but up until now, everybody's loud and clear.
That was Peter.
Yeah, so it's.
Yeah, he's got to talk up a little bit. The rest of you guys good. The RCP, everybody was excellent. Yeah.
Good, good. Is there anything on the action plan that you may have seen that you wanted to address?
I was going through it that, no, we're good here.
Okay. Anybody else have anything ongoing? Want to talk about?
No,
Okay. Well, if there's nothing, can I have somebody make the motion to accept this information, please?
Sure. Lamont County Council accept the following action item report for February 10th and 26th as information.
All in favor?
yeah, I'm in
Carry.
favor. In favor.
All right, new business. We have the provincial credit, the education credit, the write-off. So we're gonna have this Boyko.
So Mr. Reed, this is a report we bring every year. What this does is actually want having to pay education taxes on behalf of designated industrial properties or others that do not pay their.
Thank you, Mr. Kowski. So, yeah, essentially the process here is that with the province being able to refund this information or grant this back to us, we do have to recognize the debts as a bad debt. We don't, this isn't writing them off. This is just showing that they're a bad debt that is most likely not collectible. And so two things happen on this. We do an accounting entry to show the bad debts, adding it to our allowance for uncollectible. And then we apply to the province with the pages here on page 36 to 41. And this allows us then the province will provide this grant to us sometime in the spring once they process it all. The program originally ended in 2024. However, because of the fact that there are still a number of oil and gas companies who are not paying their taxes, they have extended it. They haven't given exact deadline of when they're going to stop, but they said they're extending it into the foreseeable future.
Okay, so we recognize that there's 112,000 and change in bad credit for the education. And 20, just over 2,300 in designated industrial property requisition. So. Is it 114 total?
Yes.
114. That's the full total impact.
Yeah, so there's essentially two programs. One's the education requisition, the other's the designated industrial property assessment requisition.
Okay, any questions or concerns on the information provided? Nothing. I guess then we're gonna be moving on and we'll get somebody to make that motion.
I move that Lamont County Council recognize $112,537.14 as a bad debt for the education. And $2,327.50 for the designated industrial property requisition portion of the attached eligible properties.
All right. All in favor?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Second motion there.
Yeah, there's a second motion.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to file an application for the 2025 eligible credits outlined in Schedule 1 for the provincial education requisition credit, PERC, and designated industrial requisition credit, DIRC programs.
All right, any questions, concerns on that portion? All right, all in favor?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Okay, carried. I'm just gonna point this out right off the start here. I am using my phone, but I am actually talking with the other counselor just to make sure that everything he can hear us and so that everything's going on, just so you know, it's county business. All right, proceeding on to the process water line engagement session.
So, Mr. Reed, we've undertaken an initial consultation in September 25th. We have an additional consultation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Tarnowski. So yes, as Mr. Tarnowski said, there was an original consultation on September 25th in regards to the stakeholders around the intake site for the proposed water line. And so the goals of that that particular engagement session was just to focus on those people who may have concerns right around the intake site. So now, as we've throughout the planned engagement, we're looking at engagement more of along the people who are along the proposed water line route. So this next engagement schedule session has been scheduled for February 26th at Bruderheim in the Memorial Center. And the information has already been mailed out to residents within 1.5 mile buffer of the proposed pipeline corridor. And in addition, representatives from WSP, Dr. Sean Bravender, and I will be handing out invitations to those who are directly along the roadway. The idea about this is we want to be able to, again, engage with the residents along there, find out what concerns there may be. There has not been any final decisions been made, of course, by council or by administration. On this. This is a engagement to find out what are people's concerns, what can we do, get a little bit of information, have some discussions. So this was essentially an information item for council today. Of course, everybody is invited to come to this. There's going to be more of the discussion is going to be held by the WSP staff. They're the ones who have some more of that technical knowledge on them. But again, council is welcome to be there. Of course, any resident who wants to know more about the system or has concerns or questions can come to this session. So it will be held in the early evening from 5 to 7 p.m. And again, it's at the Memorial Community Center in Bruderheim. And yeah, this paper that's in our package on page 44 is what has been sent out to the residents in that 1.5 mile buffer zone at this point.
Yeah, I think, I've gotten a couple of phone calls, you delivered some, they're wanting to know, where and what, and I don't have those answers, because I mean, there's things that people don't get yet, that I mean, WSP is gonna have to answer. If you look at usually utility, everything's always on the east side of a road, like your power lines are there, your gas lines are there.
Right.
What side are they putting it on, who's affected actually on either side of the road, stuff like that, but that'll be questions that can be asked there and answered there. So.
Absolutely, so, yeah. There will be the people.
Question, when we get to Highway 45, from there, we don't know where we're gonna need the water, so how are we doing this, south of the highway, and we don't know exactly where we need the water?
That's the questions those kind of questions are what we want to be hearing from residents so that we can bring all that information back to council.
That way we can answer everybody at one time.
Yes.
Multiple.
And this is, of course,
I got calls from along there, and they're wondering what we're doing. And I said, well, I don't know where we need the pipeline yet, because we don't know. I don't know. And I said, we're working on the straw in the water is what we're working on. So.
Good, WSP can answer those questions for us. Good. Any other questions or concerns about it? You guys aren't doing anything February 26th.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants information, this is your chance.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows too, I won't be able to be there at that one. I'll be in Ottawa at that same time.
Yeah, I'll be at this one for
Advocating
sure.
advocating for some information from the federal government regarding this kind of stuff, so. We don't have any more, we'll take this as information. Absolutely. We'll make that motion, please. 8.2.
Yeah, there we go. Lamont County Council accept the report on the process water line engagement session as information.
Perfect. Any other questions or concerns? All right, so if nothing, all in favor?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Carried. Okay, so now we're gonna actually talk about the water intake.
So, Mr. Reed, 4 weeks ago, we had representatives from WSP make a presentation to council in closed session. That was made to provide you an opportunity to consider how you would like for us to proceed. In that closed session, we actually named a commercial third party, which we are not naming today. You're seeing within the report a reference to a commercial third party or CTP. We're doing that to maintain confidentiality, not making assumptions on who might want to be involved in this project or not. So having had 4 weeks to think about this, Mr. Michael is here to present in essence, the options that you were faced with 4 weeks ago and a recommendation. So they asked that we reference any kind of a commercial third party as such and not my name. And that we move forward in that.
Thank you, Mr. Kanowski. So I'll take this to page 46 in the package. And I'll walk through, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing on here, but walk through some of the options and some of the concerns that we have with each options and what council should be weighing on that. So as Mr. Chanelski said, that on January 13th, WSP was here with council and delivered a focused presentation, closed session outlining the background of the DIS model, some of the planned financial models for the intake, essentially a P3 and the rationale behind pursuing that model. Previous to that, on December 16th, WSP had presented the high-level overview of the project that talked about the technical review that's done, regulatory environmental updates, community engagement, like we just talked about, and some strategic updates. So just to kind of summarize that, the WSP has gone through the analysis of the previous designs, refreshed some of the pricing on it to today's pricing. They've looked at the options of, do we put it, the questions we've had, of, do we put it in the road, do we put it beside the road, do we put it someplace completely different? And they've looked at the dollar value differences of what that's gonna cost. So now we're at the point of, with council, make the decision of how much do we move forward with this project at this point? And at the last meeting, that the WSP provided one of the options of exploring with a commercial third party, sorry, my words mixed up. Commercial third party, the possibility of extending their existing raw water infrastructure to the designated industrial zone in the county. Again, this would be coming from outside of the county. And what are some of the concerns with it? Some of the good parts about this is that it's lower capital investment for the county, which may make this cost effective. But some of the downfalls is that there's potential barriers with from Strathcona County. The county will not have ownership of the infrastructure. And that there may be some concerns with the province in regards to this grant, and maybe needing to revise or adjust the agreements. And so that was one of the options that was brought forward. It's an option that has not been investigated at this point. Some of the other options, so now there's in total 5 options. So the next 4 options are in particular to our particular project, where it is a county involved project. So option 2 would be to design and build the intake only. And the reasoning behind that is that there is a $16 million grant that is available, and it does send a positive signal to industry. The negatives to this is that it commits the county to securing an additional $50 million approximately to complete the full system. So with that grant agreement, is not just to build an intake, it is to build a system. And so by taking option 2, the county would be committed to an additional $50 million of expenditures. Option 3 would be to design the full system and secure a P3 partner, a public-private partner before construction. And again, this also sends a positive signal to industry. Some of the positives is that it would require minimal upfront spending at this point. The risks, however, are that the existing grant align with the extension. So we would have to potentially. Option 4 is to design and build the full project. Of course, this has a fairly high risk in that because the asset would most likely sit idle until the off-takers are secured. There's a high financial exposure without any confirmed users at this point. Then option 5 would be, of course, to postpone until guaranteed off-takers are secured. The concern with that is that there's some lost economic and tax-based opportunities. As council is aware and what we've talked to in the past is that the reason why we want to do this in infrastructure is to increase tax base in the designated industrial zones. So that is the main goal of this project. So The recommendation that is being put forth by administration is that that Lamont County Council direct administration to proceed with option one, which is negotiating with the commercial third party to explore the opportunity of them extending their water infrastructure into the designated area. In conjunction with option three, which is design the full system and secure a P3 partner for construction. So the rationale behind that recommendation is that option one has not been pursued at all. We don't have a lot of information. We haven't talked with this particular third party. So feel that it's worthwhile to get the information. Again, not moving forward until council decides. But in conjunction with that, start working with the designing that full system and securing a partner before construction. We don't want to stall the project that's happening to do something else, but we're recommending looking at both of them in conjunction with each other. The big part of option three is that we are needing an off-taker for this water. We don't recommend building infrastructure and letting it sit at it. So doing those two things at the same time is where the recommendation is coming from.
If I could just add to that, so Mr. Butler indicated that we have not had discussions with the CTP or with the municipality adjacent. We have found out though through our Heartland Government Relations people that another municipality using the grant that we're receiving is able to use that to tie into another municipality is not building its intake. It's choosing to invest in infrastructure that connects to existing infrastructure. As Mr. Boyko indicates, there's a need to retain ownership. It's doable. And from what I understand, there is also potential to be able to transfer our water license to CPP. That one is least confident with. There is the potential to do that. So, as was mentioned 4 weeks ago, sober second thought suggests that we ought to consider option one, see whether it's practical, while at the same time pushing forward with option three, so as not to slow down.
Reed Wick, Peter's got to speak up or put the mic closer or something. Can't understand him. Everybody else is good right now.
Okay. We'll get rid of move closer.
Isn't that STIP grant 3 counties got for their straw in the river? By the time we get to it with all these studies and everything, we're gonna have no money left to do the straw in the river. The high voltage power lines are upgrading the substation on 560. Right now they're in there upgrading it. There's been a little bit of action around. Dow Chemical announced their project on the go. I think we're wasting time. Just isn't a STIP program to do the pump station and that the straw in the river. Pipelines out of Strathcona cost, when they were doing the oil pipelines, land buyers said 5 times the price. So I don't understand why we're dragging our feet. Like we're gonna miss the boat.
Okay. Option three, we retain 51% if we had a P3 also down there, right? So we'd still be the major stakeholder in that.
Yes.
In that line.
It could be more than 51%.
Yeah.
It'll all depend on the negotiation. We must retain 51%. We could do more if we need.
Yeah. Because then we'd get to. So my thoughts on thinking of this is, so we go 50 million, we ask for the boring cap to be up. We don't want to be like a municipality that we know of or a town that we know of so far that's having issues. We don't have an actual off-taker right now. I still believe we need to build this line. I believe we need to make sure we get the straw in the river as soon as possible and then work on getting the pipeline up to where we need to. But I do believe we need to explore with the CTP to see if there is any portion of that we could supply water now. Because if that water line comes from them, at some point in time, we get ours in, ours can go back to them also. We supply water back at a rate, right? So, I mean, I still think we need to go forward with it. I'm not sure what other guys, but what you're,
Well, no, I believe we definitely need to go forward with this. I mean, like Neil said, you know, we gotta stop dragging our feet on it. You know, it's costing more every day that we drag our feet on it. Where the pipeline goes to who, that's the next big question, right?
What is the cost of the engineering?
Ballpark. Roughly around 100,000 that we spent, so.
But I mean, what do you need before we can build?
Oh, usually the engineering is often around 10% of the project.
So that would be 1.6 million.
In engineering.
For the intake.
Oh, for the intakes, yes. Again, that is all covered by the grant, so.
I think I asked this before, there is no deadline on using that grant, right?
They want to have it completed by 2029. So an off taker and commissioning by 2029. But the other municipalities have, Lamont County is the furthest ahead of all of the three municipalities at this particular point. So we feel that we can comfortably meet that deadline. Even if it takes us another 9-10 months to get an offtake agreement. So there is some slack in the timelines right now.
Taking, gotta get going on this. Like Neil mentioned is too, and like what's their engineering gonna cost us if we keep delaying and keep having, so. And I think our intake is our most important part of this project.
Yeah, we're so.
So I think the reference to option one in the recommended motion does not necessarily mean spending a whole bunch of money on engineering. It's about informing ourselves.
That's correct.
So as I understand it, we would be coming back at some point in time saying in broad brush strokes, option one makes sense or option one doesn't make sense.
Yes.
And the way the recommendation is written is we keep pressing forward on option three.
mm-hmm.
So the option one versus option three, or doing them together. If option one is something that council does not want to do, says, no, this is absolutely the worst thing to do, then we will not pursue it. But what we're saying with this is that we're going to keep on going with option three, designing the system, securing a partner before we put a shovel in the ground, but making sure that option one is not
dead.
Not dead. So talking with them, if there's an option like the Reven put forward, that there might be an opportunity in that short term for them to extend a line while we're still building ours. So it's the we want to know, does council want us to cut off option one, or do we want to keep going on the side? So
Some of my only concern with option one though is if we get a pipeline brought in from different municipality, brought into us, and we get ours in, is there competition for water rates and for water in our own? We just created an issue in our own backyard of not being able to have pretty much a monopoly on water supply when you have another viable option. And if they come in and drop their rate right out to next to nothing, we still have a $50 million bill that we're trying to cover with the cost of water replacement. Are we setting ourselves up for a minimal or failure of any?
Commercial third party will be bound by utility commission, is it?
yes.
Rate of return.
Yeah, Alberta Energy Rate.
Alberta Energy Regulator rate of return. So I do not believe that they could drop their rate to something below their others. We might have more flexibility.
And that would depend on the agreements. Overall, the goal of this system has been not to be. The goal is not to be making money through water, the goal is to be making money through taxes.
Mhm.
Bringing tax base in there. Of course, we don't want to lose money off of the system, so the design is gonna be that this is a system that is. That there's full cost recovery and then that there is some return to the county. But the financial models that we have discussed a couple of years ago with Nichols Applied Management looked at the bringing the water in becomes the impetus for that tax basis where the bulk of the revenue will come from for the county.
Any other comments or?
Yeah, I got it. It's my turn there. Go ahead, John. I'll be.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna see. Go ahead, John. Or whoever was. Sorry.
No, you give her, Neil, give her.
Okay, over 5 years, we've been trying to get that straw in the water. We had our MLA fighting for us. We had ministers from 3 or 4 departments. They come up with a strip grant for 3 straws in the river, 1 in each county in the Heartland. And is that not what we're supposed to use the STIP grant for? I think the longer we wait, the more we spend money, the less chance we're going to get it built for the price. And it's I don't know. It should be up to the government. Is what they gave the STIP grant for is for a straw in the river.
Sounds to me like option 3 is what most people are looking at right now, what council's looking at.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning
We want
towards.
to kind of full system, get a P3. We want to make sure we have the intake in the river right off the bat.
To be clear, that sorry to interrupt. That option 3 is on page 47, right? That's the option 3 we're looking at there. So I'm on the right page. Okay, thanks, guys.
I mean, it doesn't knock out option 1. If we say option 3 doesn't knock out option 1. right?
No, if you're saying option 3, we do no work on option 1.
Option 1 provides 2, 3 also. Right, option 1.
The recommendation is for option 1 and 3.
And 3.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
Of course, coming back to council, if we only go option 3, then option 1 is opted, right?
Okay, so then we want to go with option 1. We want to take.
Because we want to explore that. I mean, we want to,
continue building
yeah,
at the same time, so.
And that is the recommendation. So,
Yeah.
on page 45.
Page 45, that's the recommendation on the bottom here, so. Okay.
I know you mentioned stuff the other people that have grants to them. If we delay it too long, are they gonna jump ahead of us? That's the problem, the grants and stuff under the other communities that got this program.
Well, we're not intending on delaying anything.
Yeah.
We're intending on pushing forward with option 3.
Yeah.
With the option 1 is gonna be on the side. We're gonna have that negotiation. We're gonna be able to bring that back to council and say. This is a successful negotiation or this is an unsuccessful, so. The option 3 will still be full steam ahead, like there will be no slowing down. So,
What's that negotiation gonna cost us? Dollar wise, what's it gonna cost? Yeah, nothing's free, so what's it gonna cost us? 30 grand? 20 grand?
I think when he was here last, he said it was under $10,000.
Yeah,
All they were doing was that was when we had the WSP representative here, and when he spoke, it was under 10,000, and it was to go. To see if our neighboring municipality was even a viable option for us.
That's correct.
That's what this one includes, going to talk to them, that's the CTP. But we're still gonna keep going with design 3. They're just looking to make sure that we're okay to go and talk to the neighboring community. Or municipality, sorry.
With the third party, when would we actually be contacting them? Would that be relatively quickly?
We've already been in contact with them, and so this would be in the next couple of weeks, we would be sitting down and having conversations. Yes.
I'd be comfortable going with the recommended motion and.
Yeah,
So we're still going forward, but we're giving them permission to go and make sure we talk to them and see
what the other possibilities are, who's interested, right?
Yeah, they were recommended motion.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
What do you think,
Do you
Neil?
think, Neil, you're okay with them going and chatting with the neighbors and seeing what the options are?
I'm gonna ask for a recorded vote. I'm scared they're gonna blow more than 10 grand, and then all we're gonna do is delay us for option 3. They're upgrading the high power station there on 560. There's been a little bit of action from what guys are saying, Colin. The longer we drag our feet, and I'm thinking the reason the step program is for a straw on the river, so we're gonna be blowing that money on that. I think it's gonna have to come out of a different department if it costs 10 or 20 grand to go to the neighbors, in a way.
We have some different economic development and northern regional economic development, in order to prevent using the dollars through the grant that we received through Alberta Industrial Heartland, we'll use money left in the NRED grant.
Okay, can I have somebody make the motion and then we go to a vote after that?
Yeah, can I have the vote in, okay, wait till you say it.
Yeah. Good with reading all this one out, Jerome?
Lamont County Council direct administration to proceed with option 1. Explore with the commercial third party CTP the possibility of extending their existing raw water infrastructure to the designated industrial zone DIZ area in Lamont County. In conjunction with option 3, design the full system and secure public-private partnership PPP before construction.
Could I have a recorded vote, please, Reed, quick? Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, if there's no other question or concerns, all in favor?
Yes.
Neil?
No, I'm not in favor of option 1.
Okay. It has been recorded. And it's carried. All right. Now we know. Moving on. So we're gonna move on to our social media posting policy. Want people to understand that it's not actually a policy as of yet. This is just to devote whether we're going to or not.
If I may, Mr. 51. So there was some directions provided on November 25th to bring forward for discussion. And on January 13th, the draft policy was reviewed by councilors, and we were told to bring it back to a future council meeting. So what you have here is a recommended policy, one that does not yet have consensus. We have a couple of letters in the correspondence information area that are relevant or related to this matter. We discussed yesterday whether the desire is to address that in conjunction with this agenda item now, or to table the item until correspondence. I believe your preference was to bring the items forward for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we've all gotten the letters, we've gotten the phone calls. Information that's been brought forward too is from our calc and from our FCSS. This directly affects them funding, provincial funding, and their guidelines of how they operate FCSS. So, I mean, it's pretty much a way to either bring it forward or defeat it totally today is however it's gonna affect the way those two are gonna be run. So, any other questions or concerns or comments?
Yeah, I think if this policy goes forward, we're just, negatively affecting FCS account, so. I can't support that policy.
Yeah.
That's my,
Maybe it's gonna cause some problems. Definitely in their funding, I mean, it's.
Well, and when this was brought forward too, it was brought forward because there were some concerns for it, and then now we have rebuttals. So we have more information back to us to make the decision, right? So, anybody else?
I had a call from that calc lady and stuff on there discussing it, and she brought out some information that makes me wanna think this and stuff, take it on.
Mhm.
It was, at the FCSS, the towns and villages said they can't support it, and they said it's not theirs to support. They can advertise whatever they want on their websites and stuff. This wasn't brought up for the kids programs or that's not the reason for it. We all know the reason for it was for different, and it got blown out of proportion here by adding all kinds of stuff that isn't gonna be allowed. It was, brought up because of, basically three things that were, people were complaining about that were advertised on the county website, so. It wasn't for the programs at FCSS, and like I told the towns, they can advertise whatever they want.
Any other questions or concerns before we make the motion here? Good. Okay, can I have somebody make the motion on the media posting, please?
Sure, Lamont County Council approved policy 4500.25 governing social media postings.
Any other questions or concerns?
So, sorry, I couldn't, can you repeat that one, John? Something. I don't see it written here, so.
Social media.
Heard that one now?
Yeah, the
Councilor
audio, sometime to the audio, what, trying to get it on, what page is that, so I can read it, sorry, is that on the agenda part of it? Something happened to the sound here, all of a sudden it got muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, well, we'll try it once more for you, Neil.
Attaboy.
Council approved policy 4500.25 governing social media postings.
Okay, to be clear, if we want it, if we want the policy, you vote yes, and if you don't, you're gonna be voting no, right?
Right.
Okay. Could I get a recorded vote on that one too, please?
So we'll decide that.
Okay, so I'll call a question. All in favor?
I am.
You want that recorded?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I asked for a recorded vote. Thank you, Reeve.
Yep. Against? Okay, that motion is defeated. All right, moving on to 8.5 drainage program. Your deeds and Mr. Commission, yeah.
I was struggling in the book and I'm like, magnifying glass.
Oh, it was beyond magnifying. The first year we only had big ones, so. We learned.
In preparation for starting our 2026 drainage program, we're bringing forward our proposed 2026 drainage plan. To Councillor Whitis, I do apologize, the maps are small, we brought larger ones for council intents today. So starting on page 56 is the county's program as a whole, and we've broken it down. We've included the last 5 years of work, as well as our proposed plan in 2026. This year will look a little different as the council has previously made changes to the programs. We're using one internal crew and increasing our contracted work. So using the existing funding, we will have 48 locations with 70 culverts. Those will be broken down with internal forces completing 42 culverts in 36 locations. The remaining 12 locations consisting of 28 culverts will be completed by contracted forces, subject to tender and budget permitting. In years past, we've had pricing ranging from low to high, depending on where prices fall in the year. We may be able to get more work done within our existing budget. So we have included the breakdown by division. Asking council if there's any areas of concern that we missed or any clarification of the work we're doing in our division, we can respond to that now. We will be bringing back the plan for formal approval in the next meeting or two.
Okay, if nobody's got I'm gonna start. Yeah. For some reason, Lamont down in my, like, they had Lamont, Chipman area, we're having issues. We're flooding. I drove by again today, 191, 550, know where that corner is.
Yes.
That creek area there, it never got addressed this year. Is there a way we can address that creek bottom? And because what's happening is, we know all the water's coming off the hills from the park down. And it's coming from the Chipman area down because it's a lower base in that area. One landowner on the corner.
192 there.
191 and on 191 and 550, right on the very corner.
Okay.
They have their land for sale. Their land is flooded right now.
Yes.
So, I noticed that the grader's done a great job winging it way off to the fence line. There's no berm. Can we go in with a piece of equipment just to open up the snow, like just a passageway to let that water come out of his field to follow our ditch?
Not a problem. I'll have that done by the end of fall.
Perfect. Yeah, and it's just been, the thaw has just created havoc around my area. So one other stupid little request is just for myself. When you guys bring these maps, can you change the colors of the dots a little bit? Not so much. I'm colorblind and I know it's my issue, but I can't tell you where new ones are going in and old ones aren't. So
The new ones on the plus side have written the size of pipe that are going
yeah,
in there, so
I kind of
that's,
figured that. So.
yeah.
Square instead of circle.
Yeah.
No, I can change all that for, when I bring that for.
Sorry.
That's, I'm also colorblind.
Oh, okay, good.
Tell some of them apart, but.
Are you colorblind too?
Perfect. Okay, go on, everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, just something different.
Yeah, I will definitely make it more distinct before I come back with for final.
I was all right. But I needed a magnifying glass, so it's all. Nick, are you done going on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that was one of my things, is, two things. How come, all our contracted ones will be up in division, in Neil's division this year, and, really not much else all around the county other than our own courses?
So what we found over the last 3 years of the program is if we are moving the contract around from site to site, our budget gets eaten up by mobilization costs. We try and locate the contractor in one area, work on 1 or 2 drainage channels in 1 or 2 divisions. Otherwise, we're potentially not doing 1 or 2 or 3 more culverts. Our crew is able to move around more nimbly because we've got the equipment. Our back cost is built into our overall program with our.
So we're paying mobilization contractors on top of their contract?
So there is mobilization within the contract, so every site they move, there is a cost.
Interesting.
It's part of construction. It is, you got either it's built as a set rate or it's built at different pricing. So the less we make that move, the more work we can get done. Over the years past, we've had them in Division 3, Division 4, Division 1. We've had them throughout the county. The plan here is having them focus on Division 5 north of Bruheim and Lamont with some of the larger culverts. And our staff are going to be focusing on the smaller culverts and approach culverts. Trying to reduce our time on site.
So you're saying if they're in the same division, they don't charge us mobilization?
If they're around the corner from.
There's no
There's no low cost.
So-
If they're moving, 2, 3, 5 miles down the road, there is a low cost to us.
Okay, fair enough. And yeah, the second thing is we definitely need to go around and make sure our culverts are open.
Yeah.
Especially in our problem areas, because the flood is gonna be real this year. I've already experienced it on my end. Around Lamont, we're really moving water right now.
So what we do with when we send out our steamers, we send out mini hose, send the backhoe with them. We have in the past sent out the large trap goes to open ditches that are full in anticipation of the runoff coming. We've had graders out winging ditches back further, trying to ensure there's room for that water to flow.
I guess, yeah, just make sure those graders, when they're winging, they're not filling up culverts.
Yeah.
And then you'll eliminate a lot of problems, because most of them are froze right now, so they'll move water very quickly.
Yeah, so the long-term forecast, we're getting down into the -15s next week, for ice, so. We've likely seen the worst of the first spring. The second spring is going to be more. But the water levels are subsiding and everything's freezing over, so. We did have our steamers out yesterday. They were out looking for areas of concern. They're not as bad as they were last week. Potentially we're gonna be back into moving snow here based on the long-term forecast shows.
I think what we need to concentrate on too is if you guys work with ASB just to find out the actual creeks that they're flowing to. We can start to manage those, to open what we can environmentally, like what Alberta environment let us do. Just to make sure, because I know that a lot of them are through fields, they're snow covered and still ice covered. But yet our ditches are open because the graders have exposed to the dirt, so it thaws. We just don't have any way to get it through those creeks. We get it to them, then our infrastructure is flooded over. So if there's a way to make that up, be a suggestion.
And again, yeah, if people see something that's gonna be a problem, let you guys know, right? Like, absolutely, those people out there, they know what's gonna happen, right?
Councillor Whitus? Any thoughts?
Nope. No, I'll go over the map when, I've been looking on it here. It's, we'll, discuss there, see what, some other areas might have more priorities at times, so we'll get them done in an order of priority, I guess, right?
Yep. Okay. Good map. Anticipated start date is kind of soon as things thought.
Our staff have, typically been out in April. It is weather dependent. We want to bring this forward for adoption in the next 2 to 4 weeks. That'll allow us to get tenders out earlier than we have in years past for contracted work. As council has increased the budget, we're unsure whether it will one contractor or 2 contractors. It'll be based upon what the pricing we receive. We don't have a problem. We contract that in the last 3 years. Just not sure whether it's more money than we want to commit to in one year.
What would they do with that? How would they bid that? Each individual culvert?
Each individual site.
So we list each site, the what culverts are existing, or if there's culverts existing, the culverts are going in, the lengths of the culverts, and they price each site individually. So one site might be $10,000, one site might be $20,000 because the culverts are on there. So we do supply the culverts, but all of the materials.
And do you have any update on a couple of our ongoings? We have the one that's on 534 and one's 70. 180, is that the one? They didn't finish it last year.
Yes, so the contractor is planning, that's a bridge site. They were not able to complete the weather conditions turned on when they were able to dry. So the culverts are installed, all the materials in place, topsoil was spread, clean, grass was seeded and raked. They're planning to come back tentatively in April, again, weather dependent. They do have another project looking for local transportation on Highway 834. So they're planning to be there for, I believe they're the May 15th start date. So they're planning to work in conjunction with that one and complete the road work.
Can you look into with our bridges and with our smoking really low and with our guardrails? Can we do the same as what the provincial government does and not have our signs up high anymore? Just have the ground level one.
Yeah, I have done that in the past. That was a major concern with equipment trying to move headers across. Had a lot of success with lowering them so the tops of the hazard markers are at the top of the guardrail. It increases the amount of times you have to go and weed whack around because you have to make it visible, but I've never had anyone say we can't do that. So as we're going through and as we're fixing things, we are going to be sharing that.
Perfect. Yeah, that is one of the majors because everybody knows you go and you pull the pin, they lay them down, they go through the equipment, they don't go back and put them back up.
Yeah.
No. So
you know, there's been various styles of hazard marker posts. Spring mounted ones are great, but the signs get damaged and replacing once a year. Like you said, the ones that are removable, they don't get put back. If they're not chained, they end up in the creek.
Yeah.
So having that hazard marker there is great. There is the ability to lower the guardrail on certain types of bridges. There is an approved standard for that. It is an added cost. With the right contractor, it can be done for minimal amount of work, minimal dollars. I haven't had those requests from landowners in Lamont County, but want to lower guardrail height. But as we build new, we are using that low height guardrail.
Good. That was my own.
Yeah, it's back down. Every state of law,
Yeah.
but they never do that.
It says here, unless I miss it, I got 2006 contractor replacements. We have our county replacements for the county, equipment,
Yeah, so
maybe I'm.
And the dogs missing on the land. But
Okay,
yeah, I think there'll be one for the contractors, be one for.
I missed it, that's someplace, that's all right.
So the black is everything done in year previous.
Yeah.
The pink was what was done last year, and the red is what will be done internally. And the blue is what would be contracted, proposing to be contracted. So in Division 1, all work this year will be done by internals.
And it's the red dots that are gonna be done this year.
The red dots are what we plan to do this year, yes.
Okay, it doesn't have it written here, so 2025 completed projects, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Well, and do you guys know of any others that might be on your radar or nothing yet until we see how much water's flowing with us?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
Wait to see.
Okay.
As is typical, we still have a little bit of room in the program for dealing with emerging items that come up in the spring. So. We've already added a couple based upon things we've seen this winter and with the early melt in January and February here, so.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns?
So there is one I want to bring up. It is in Division 2. There is a culvert in Tabor Estates that we need to deal with. It is going to be a special case because it is a dead end road. So there is going to have to be a lot of communication with the adjacent landowners and timing because it will limit access. So what we'll do is try and put in half the culvert, leave one lane open for the buses, for landowners, for emergency services. But it is going to limit access for a couple of days for those residents. But we will maintain access throughout the day. It just may take us longer to get that completed.
Yeah, there's a gas line right next to that one too. So. But the good thing is there's no school bus that goes down there anymore. No kids in that southern region. Okay. Any other questions or concerns for drainage? Nope. Can somebody make the motion for information, please?
And then the county council accept the report in 2026 drainage program as of May.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
In favor?
Okay, carried. Let's do a 10-minute coffee.
WSP, one question is how much money does county extract from the WSP? Because, they're definitely, that's what we're pushing to is, say, no one was here. So you always can interact on something. The government gave us money to build a conference ground, goddamn spot. And then nobody talks, and we don't go with it. So if it's the we got, we don't know where we need it, how many we need it, and I can need it, yes, what we need is strong, we, 5 years, they want to give us the strong river. Yeah, ministers were begging we could, they have been out, they came out, the government's pushing, we, this state, you're going, yeah, they have out, the government's pushing. Their process and money saw that was being tracked on as like the other books and laws. And it's like I'm built right there, and do not make the right.
Yeah, please. All right, welcome back, everybody. We will continue on with 8.6, the business plan.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We are on page 72. The 2026 to 2028 business plan is a way of establishing the expectations by council and administration in 2026 and a preliminary view of 2027 and 2028. The recommendation will be that council will approve the plan. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions once I've done a quick run through. And the business plan will guide administration's activities during the year. You'll see on page 73 the prior council committee direction for a good 4 years now. We have established a pattern where we establish the plan for the 1 to 3 year period. We report on it 3 times a year. At the last council meeting, we received the third triennial report for 2025 and directed us to use that for planning in 2026. So the 2026 to 2028 business plan is a medium-term plan, which is recommended by the CAO and senior admin team for council endorsement. It identifies the corporation's key change initiatives and whether they're in response to the budget that you approved in December. And it's positioned as kind of a 3-year rolling plan, which is updated annually. So in the strategic plan, you may recall that during the orientation instance, we've talked about 3 phases in our business plan. One which was stabilized, which we are substantially complete. One which is focused growth phase, which we are in now, where we're focusing on that this growth. Also, that revenues start flowing, we will be in the 3rd phase of our 3-phase plan, which speaks to enjoying the fruits of our labors. That would be through increased level of service, increased investments in infrastructure, and so on, things which we frankly can't afford now. So the business plan is a way of informing you of the plan for the year based on the direction you've provided, which we will report on triannually. So that'll be in May, in August, and again next year in January at the end of the year. This business plan has a somewhat aggressive 60 initiatives with 52 that start in 2026. By comparison, you may recall a couple of weeks ago, I reported on 41 initiatives of 42 were either complete or on track. So this is an aggressive plan. I have asked each of the members of senior admin team to look it over to try to ensure that it is achievable. In some cases, I have broken down some initiatives into sub initiatives just to ensure that we aren't biting on more than we can chew, as has been the practice in the past. We've pegged 80% as a targeted completion rate. We've exceeded that every year. It may well be an important watermark for this year. So if we go into the document on page 77, you'll see that the 2026 to 2028 business plan is built around the 6 goals in council's strategic plan. Page 78, you will see that we have incorporated council's change to goal number 2, the community feels safe and enjoys an affordable quality of life. That emerged out of your November 13th strategy session where you endorsed the plan. With that as an adjustment, we are not only offering safety and quality of life, but we want to ensure affordability, and council has already taken a few decisions in that direction, one of which was how you intend to address drainage on an internal and external basis. Bottom of page 79, you'll see that three-phased approach that I referenced: to stabilize, focus, growth, and reinvest. You'll see the "you are here" star. We are in that focused growth stage where much of what we do is intended to foster growth that will diversify and grow our tax base, and wherever possible, mitigate increases to residential taxes. On page 81, you'll see the initiatives that we have relative to goal number 1, where new businesses are partners in our growing community. 1.1, pursuing the process water line. 1.2, reviewing and updating offsite levy bylaws to ensure that when developers are coming in with potential FID decisions, that they understand the costs that they will need to bear for road and water and stormwater offsite costs. That prevents us from paying costs on behalf of developers. It ensures that they carry the freight. We have various dev program enhancements that we have planned in 1.3, 1.4. We're implementing something called location intelligence, which will be used for business investment and attraction, so people can look at our website and get all the information they need. As a matter of interest, we are putting links on that location intelligent platform to the towns and villages within Lamont County, so that potential investors are aware of things that those communities also provide.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Certainly. We, yesterday too, also, that I want to point out when we had our meeting, if you look at 180, I just want to point out one thing, that so that we all know, they did take into consideration. It must also be noted that emergent and demand requests may also affect the staff's ability to deliver. And that is just, so like if we have floods like we had or if fire or anything comes up, they have taken that into consideration too for this. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. We are going to take a look at our incentive bylaw in 2027 to ensure that it's competitive. So you'll see that we're planning beyond the next 12 months. We are completing a project having to do with the designated industrial zone around stormwater. That's being primarily led by the Heartland Association, but we're playing the direct role in that. We will be seeking to amend our water license to broaden the benefiting area to the full biz area and the full intake capacity. We're involved in some discussions with Alberta Environment on that right now. You will recall we brought this up in the last couple of meetings where all of the rules have changed. We made our application, and we want to ensure that we address that early, address it so that we don't spend money unnecessarily. And then council's direction that we replace the county entrance signs is 1.8. Within each goal area, I've also got the measures and indicators that we have used for the last number of years. I referenced this a couple of weeks ago when the assessors were here. You'll see that we have very favorable assessment growth in all 4 categories. Non-residential of 8.65, machinery and equipment up 5.56, designated industrial up 21.85, and non-linear real growth 4.11. A lot of that is going to be the VIP rail investments that have already been made, and there are more planned for this year. You'll see that our ratio of non-res to residential tax rates are moving favorably. 5 to 1 is the maximum. We are moving away from 5 to 1, which means that we are balancing our assessment mix somewhat. Our development permits are down slightly, but you'll see that they're relatively close to what a 22 or 2023 number was. The value of development is down somewhat, and the number of building permits is up. So on the overall, most of our indicators are quite favorable or level. We have added a new item to this list of measures and indicators, and that's our economic development investment funnel. So we have 11 prospects, 10 qualified leads, and 3 leads that we have won that we are in the process of moving into implementation. And Mr. Olson will have a closed session presentation for you later in the meeting today to show the status of that. Goal 2, and you'll see the change in your wording where it says that the community feels safe and enjoys an affordable quality of life. In that area, we had we have a initiative that references the 2027 to 2020 budget plan. You have already approved a couple of policies and those the other activities we'll undertake. You've seen a presentation on the enterprise resource planning system, replacing our IT systems, and we've tried that out over that initiative out over the year. You'll note that 2.2 C is initiate the project. So this does not include this does not include replacing the system. This includes identifying the system and doing preparation for implementation. Something that has been on the plan in the past is establishing some key performance indicators for each department. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So we've got 2 departments per year for each of the next 3 years. That would be more operational indicators than these, which are called corporate indicators of performance and progress. The ones that are in this report. We have some limited recruitment this year, including the duty crew that council approved. And we have update on fire service policies, some of which you've already seen. And addressing the regional fire services agreement, which council has directed us to do this year. Implementing a new system for people to be able to access tax certificates in 2.8. And implementing the revised approach to drainage program, which you saw earlier in January and again today. The measures and indicators show that our housing starts are up somewhat, subdivisions are down somewhat. This is something that you saw earlier today in that Lamont County rural areas report, where this isn't something that we influence directly, but you'll see all favorable measures, breaking entries are down, theft of motor vehicles is down, theft over and theft under 5,000 are down. Possession of stolen goods down, mischief and damage to property is down. Now, these may differ from some of the handouts from the individual detachments because those reports show not only rural Lamont County, but urban towns within villages within Lamont County. This is a pure rural only. So those are all favorable. In terms of volume of service requests, we used to entertain somewhere in the order of about 1,156 service requests. In 2023, we changed it to focusing on service shortfall. So if somebody phones and says, my road is snowy, everybody's road is snowy. The question is, did we deliver on our service level that said that we do arterials within a certain number of hours, collectors within a certain hours, and driveways within a certain hour? So it's only at the point where we fall short of a defined level of service that we identify it as a service request where we fell short. Proportion of service levels that we are currently meeting. This is a qualitative measure. We are meeting the vast majority. We report on levels of service to council bi-monthly for various departments. This is an underdeveloped measure. Call it a placeholder for the future. And our FCSS and Calc people have reporting that they do to the province, which is a defined formula. And FCSS and Calc have both achieved 92% and 97% respectively. They set a target of 90 and 96 for 2026, and they're clearly exceeding the provincial minimum target of 70%. We generally have the FCSS people come in and present their program results sometime in the next month or two. Goal number 3, council is driven by accountability and transparency. So development of the corporate business plan, getting it approved is in front of you right now, implementing changes to the access to information. ATIA process is something that's paid for the first 2 months. We've got some training that we're doing during the next month. Completing implementation of electronic records management, testing and training. And 3.4, updating bylaws. You've already updated the procedure bylaw. You've seen the electoral divisions bylaw. I ought to change this because you directed us to bring it back once the census results are available. Later today, we'll look with you at various governance and service policies, understand what needs to be either rescinded, reviewed, or amended. And council has directed us to pursue an RFP for audit services for the 2026 year and beyond.
Can I interrupt you?
Please.
3.3.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be a good time to bring forward Mrs. Christiane's achievements.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. So I received notification yesterday that Ms. Benoit has earned the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk. You'll be seeing CMC after her name. And this is awarded by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, IIMC. So this is a significant achievement. This is being done to a great extent on her own time. I think it's being done all remotely, if I'm not mistaken. And this International Institute of Municipal Clerks was founded in 1947, has 14,000 members across the United States and Canada. So given the change that's happening in the legislative field, I think this is quite an achievement, and I'm honored to endorse Christiane's achievement with council publicly.
Congratulations.
Where was I?
3.
Okay. So we have some measures and indicators on page 88, which, generally speaking, are very favorable. 3A, we once again achieved an unqualified financial audit. And if I remember correctly, our auditors indicated that we are leading the pack. We're not fast followers. We're actually on the leading edge of implementing public sector advisory board practices. Percentage of meetings involving at least one closed session item is 95%. Council has asked that we not establish a target because we go into closed session when we need to, but just as a matter of practice, we established that measure and we've been tracking it. Number of special meetings in 2025 was 0. Percent of approved corporate business plan initiatives complete as planned. In the last triennial report, you saw that we completed 41 of 42 initiatives for 98%. And our social media stats have narrowed a little bit. This is primarily because the software that we use may no longer allow us to be able to report all these various measures. However, for those that we are able to report, Facebook followers has increased. Facebook views is a new indicator versus the one that we used to use. Twitter followers, we are no longer able to report. LinkedIn followers and impressions are up hugely. Instagram followers is limited, but our reach and the views is somewhat favorable. And our YouTube subscribers and YouTube engagement, we've established a baseline. In terms of number of website visits, this one is way up from about 101,000 when we got serious with Facebook in 21 and early 22 to about 155,000 page views. And people are spending less time on our page, but our daily views are up. It should be noted that our views are up on council meeting days and down on weekends, which is probably quite normal. Lamont County Now page views is both increasing significantly, and the time people are spending on economic development website are up. And our newsletter, the Lamont County Insider, we've established a baseline of 316 users and 836 views. Oh, there's the newsletter. We've established 100 people on that newsletter. And I believe another newsletter was just issued last week. We have counted the number of public participation opportunities that we've had, and we're looking at increasing those somewhat significantly in 2026. We had one public hearing last year for the land use bylaw, and based on council's direction and business plan, we likely have 2 public hearings planned for 2026. Goal number 4 on page 90, implementing the capital plan, undertaking and awarding an RFP for the Heartland Water Station pump upgrade. We broke out separately. Implementing our gravel pit strategy. So once again, this is addressing our owned gravel pits, pursuing some licensing in mid 26, continuing to mine and remediate during 26, and following a similar pattern in 27 and 28. We would likely not contract crush until mid 27 when we have a large enough pile. And then we have an early indication that we ought to start thinking about developing an asset management plan. Increasingly, senior orders of government are going to be asking us to report on the status of our infrastructure, and that'll be an important component of getting grants. So we did 25 of 27 capital investments last year, 93%. One was the four-post hoist that we were unable to purchase, and the Heartland pump upgrade due to insufficient budget. And of course, this excludes the STIP grants that were never awarded for the bridges on our budget. And so therefore, the percentage of our budget carried forward is 2%, which for any municipality is very strong. You'll see that in 2022 and 2023, we used to carry forward much more of our capital budget. We're bringing forward manageable budgets, and we're implementing them. This 4-C should have the word new highlighted in yellow there. I'll do that when we publish this. We have determined a measure of utilization of our capital equipment. So when we compare the use of our graders in 2025 relative to 2024, we are using them 91.3% as much as we did in the year before, if I'm not mistaken. When we look at our graders versus warranty, if we take the hours available on our graders and divide it by a 7-year warranty, we are not overutilizing our graders relative to warranty. So we will likely get to 7 years with a little bit of warranty left on the clock. I think the opposite would be a concern if we were using the graders at a rate where we are consuming the warranty faster. And then the last one is all other equipment. So you'll see that we are using our equipment significantly as compared to prior years. Darby, do you want to provide some editorial and correct me if I made a mistake?
Yeah, so we tried to find some measurable way to show council how we're using it. So our grader historically versus historical usage is based on the hours, total hours of grader usage divided by the age of the equipment. The grader versus warranty allowance, that's based on a 7-year, 10,000-hour warranty over the 12 graders we own.
So does that mean that we used them 8,600 hours instead of 10,000 to simplify?
Yeah, to simplify it out. So what looks at is, we don't want to see that number going over 1 because we'll run out of warranty before we trade it in at the 7-year mark. And our equipment utilization, that's looking at everything else from our pickups, our gravel trucks, our dozers, tracos, the number of hours over the current hour meter, and the age of the equipment, so. Is it a great measure? No. Is there something better? Could be, but without having one employee just focused on equipment utilization, this is the best way we can show council. If there's something else council wants to see on equipment utilization, we definitely can look at it. But it's a starting point, and we're going to track it year over year, just to ensure that we aren't keeping equipment around that we're not utilizing, or if is equipment utilizing too much, and we're going to have to trade it off sooner rather than later.
So we're gonna peel back 1.838 on non-graders, non-fire apparatus, to understand whether that's leading to a problem in terms of equipment that we've used up prior to our replacement plan. That's an early indication to me. And I should have noted here, and I will when I publish this, that the source of this information is Fleetio, which is the rolling fleet management system.
So we use the hours, start of the year, end of the year, to get the equipment, so the utilization, report numbers from Fleetio. We also, from our fuel tracking system, we have to input our equipment hours, so find the closest hours to the start and the end of the year to get those numbers. So on page 92, goal number 5, we're recognized as a leader in sustainable growth and holistic decision making. We've received endorsement of the strategic plan from council. 5.2, council has directed us to develop a livestock emergency plan subject to getting a grant. 5.3, we have a direction to update the land use bylaw, firstly for secondary dwellings, and Mizik has brought forward a report on that at the last meeting. And we also have direction from council to undertake exploration and ultimately bylaw amendments for tourism development. And the measures that we have at goal number 5 is one that I think is very favorable. The percentage of council decisions that are consistent with staff recommendations. Last year, 95% of the time, council approved the recommendation from staff. And I'll note that for the balance of 2025, since the election, the percentage was 94%. So it did change significantly. I'll note that there are a significant number of conversions. Resolutions that council.
If I can, on page 91, I had trouble getting the mic on here. Number 4 at the bottom there, that all equipment, historic uses, the graders and fire apparatus, does that count fire trucks and all the equipment we use other than air tanks and stuff? What is that? What's excluded in the fire apparatus? Page 91 at the bottom there, all equipment.
So this is just looking at pickups, gravel trucks, dozers, trackhoes, mowers, everything that we utilize in public works except for the graders and everything the ASP utilizes.
So that number for 2025 is likely considerably higher because we used our own equipment for the gravel haul in 2025 relative to prior years where we relied more heavily on contract gravel. So that's probably why that number has changed as significantly as it looks.
Yeah, but it says that what I was questioning is the fire apparatus part excludes fire apparatus. What is that? Is the fire trucks and all that in that same category, or they got a different one?
It's because they're not utilized to the same degree as on road. So it's everything but graders and fire.
We may be able to address fire apparatus in the next cycle. We'll see what we can do. We just don't have the information for those apparatus that we do for our other equipment. Because they're not in Fleetio.
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are? Okay. We will attempt to bring that forward in the future.
Well, what I'm asking is, cause he says the apparatus isn't, are the fire trucks included in these numbers for number 4 there? Page 91 at the bottom, or they got another category? Is it just public works?
It is just Public Works and ASB. And we will look to bring the fire numbers in the future.
Okay, well, I've just seen fire apparatus on there, so, or fire whatever on there, so just, that's why I was questioning if it's in there or not, so.
I believe we are now on page 94, dealing with goal number 6. This is where we will be seeking, or we have sought direction from council to pursue gravel supply for 27 and beyond, and we'll be bringing that back in the weeks to come. We have a plan to address intermunicipal recreation cost sharing. We've already established it for 2026, and we have an activity identified for the 4th quarter of the year to establish it for 2027 and presumably beyond. We have an activity in 2027 dealing with the scheduled review of ICF agreements. You'll recall that the province changed the timeframe through ministerial order. And to a large extent, this is why we are seeking to address the fire services cost sharing arrangement in 2026 with the towns and villages. And then 6.4, we have a regional emergency management work plan, including training. And as we do every year, we have targeted improvements to county health and safety program. Now, the measures that we have on page 95, we have not undertaken the employee engagement score since we did in 2022. I've left it there because ultimately we would like to. We're going to try to do this in 2025. It's not specifically budgeted, but where possible, we'll try to find a way to do it within current budgets. Council is aware that our occupational health safety score has stayed consistent from 2024 to 25 at 95%. And I can't understate how significant that score is. Percentage of staff turnover is down since 2022 at 26%, in the 23 and 24 period at about 22%, and in 2025 it's 6.54. We have had fewer voluntary and fewer involuntary departures. Utilization of personal leave is an area where we are taking some focus. You'll see that in 2024, our personal leave days per employee was an average of 6.6 days. In 2025, it came up at 7.87. That's something that we need to reduce. I will note that when I remove the top 10 users of personal leave, it's a little bit more acceptable at 6.99. So we are working with the supervisors of those top 10 staff to understand how they're using personal leave, help them to either achieve the health support that they require or to use it more appropriately. One way that one thing that we had undertaken a year or two ago was to ensure that when a staff member had a 1-hour dental appointment, they didn't take an 8-hour day on personal leave. We're encouraging staff to take personal leave either first thing in the morning or last thing in the day, add the half hour or whatever they require to travel to the appointment, and thereby reduce usage of this important benefit. We've had some staff run out of personal leave because they have used it. Some have bona fide health issues that would lead to that usage. Others made a habit of taking 8 hours for a dental appointment that's 1.5 hours long. We've communicated that this is not an entitlement, it's a benefit. It's not a use it or lose it. At the end of the year, if somebody has not used their personal leave, they don't cash that in. It carries forward into the next year, and monthly it is augmented. So dealing with it with a small number of individuals on a targeted basis, dealing with it overall within the organization to try to get that back to a more reasonable level. And 6.6 days for the year is very reasonable in the municipal sector. We have tracked the mutual aid given and mutual aid requested. This is a measure. It's not something that we control. So we responded to Sturgeon County for their fire and for a highway call-in off of Smoky Lake. And we called for assistance from Strathcona County for the fire at the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village. So again, that's just a number, and it shows that over time, you know, it fluctuates based on conditions in the year. Health and safety, we reported incidents at the last meeting. The incident number is 69, which is an improvement on 2022 and 2023. When we compare it to 2024, it's up a little bit. As we dug into that, we saw that the number of near misses and has gone up, which is good because we learned from near misses. And the extent to which there were injuries, they were minor. To my knowledge, there were no lost time injuries. Last thing is we're starting to track the number of health and safety toolbox meetings. This is something that factors into our certificate of recognition audit. In general terms, I see those as favorable numbers. I'm happy to answer any questions.
More questions you
Nothing for me.
So once again, this is the program that I'll be implementing through the senior admin team with staff. And the first triannual reporting generally would happen at the second meeting in May.
Realize that you can pull forward your unused personal leave.
Doesn't roll forward. Somebody gets an allocation of 120 hours or something like that, and that stays, and it never exceeds 120. So if somebody uses 10 hours monthly, that amount tops it back up. So that was a way of us actually reducing usage.
That's on top of vacation time, right?
Yes.
It's an extra allocation.
Well, and to that question, if somebody has a 2-hour dental appointment and must take the rest of the day off, use vacation. Use
Absolutely.
use time off without pay.
Because I'm assuming these are paid days.
Yeah, personal hours are, yeah. Well, it's not a ridiculous number to begin with, actually. It's a little over half a day a month. But the fact that it changed from 6.5 to 7.87 is concerning.
Absolutely.
We took a look at when we were not able to attribute it to the teacher strike. We thought maybe that was part of it. We looked at the average request, and the average request for time off stayed about the same. So it's increase in request time off. So maybe people are sick more often. Fact remains we need to reduce the number of hours, right? Dental appointment is not an 8-hour. It's not an entitlement, it's a benefit. Just sure we're managing that directly.
Any other questions or concerns? Recommended motion. Thanks. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
In favor?
Neil?
Yeah, in favor.
Appointment of, to the Assessment Review Board. Go with that one, Mr. Aronofsky? Or Mrs. Benoit, sorry?
Go ahead.
Yes. Region Council, the property assessment, complaints can be heard by a municipal assessment review board, need to be heard by. As for those sort of. The council must appoint members to the assessment. Is the local assessment. Financial quality, we don't do it units, moving property. That's the first level. Composite assessment board is, deals with hearings that, for property assessment for complex, non-residential, large residential properties, that's for block units. Our panels include distinguishing them from local assessment reports, which handle smaller residential. Annually, the panelists for these boards have to be appointed. This year, there was only one change, and council had, in 2025, already appointed members to up to 2027. That's when our contract or agreement runs up. And so we only ask for the addition of one appointment for Mr. Roland Marcourt.
It doesn't, so I had a question about this yesterday is, so Mr. Markowski is not from a distinct area, he's just appointed by, he's approved and appointed by the provincial board.
By the Capital Region Assessment Service Commission.
Yeah. He could be from anywhere.
There,
Yeah.
yes.
So then you get, at least you get a non-biased opinion on.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, that was the only question that I had. Anybody else has any other questions? Nope. Okay, there's two motions to be made there, one for the LARB and for CARB. So if we could have somebody make the motion, please.
County Council appoint Roland Burskowski as an additional panelist to the Local Assessment Review Board, the LARB, for a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Okay. Questions or concerns? All in favor?
In favor?
Carried. Okay. And we have another motion for the CARB.
Lamont County Council appoint Roland Markowski as additional panelist to the Composite Assessment Review Board, CARB, for a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yes.
Carried.
Sure.
Once again, we have membership in the board of my firm. So that one provides.
Sorry, you were just notified by the marketing board that they require a reappointment of members. These members have been serving on board and just need to be reappointed.
That's when it ends in October 2029, so
Yeah.
Fresh.
To be a fresh appointment, so. Nobody has any questions or concerns, can I have somebody read out the motion?
That Lamont County Council reappoint members at large Lillian Sabo, Colleen Malitza, and Allison Green to the Lamont County Regional Library Board for a term under the Lamont County Council's organizational meeting October 2029.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to 8.9, the Reeves Charity Golf Tournament. Pretty sure we'll have Mr. Olson come up and present.
Probably this early on in the year, so we get the exercise to the promotion of those.
Good morning, Mr. Eve and members of council. Currently, Ms. Benoit is distributing a draft poster of our potential sponsorship levels package for the 2026 Reeves Charity Golf Tournament, which will be the 13th annual charity golf tournament. We've got a few options for you. We are, though, recommending that we take a look at the third Thursday in August, once again out in Mundare, at the Whitetail Crossing Golf Club in Mundare to host the tournament. You'll notice in the report, we've got a couple of alternate dates, the Thursday before and the Thursday after. Caution on the Thursday after, kind of gets close to the Labor Day weekend. Last year, we had a banner year, record year of 39,688 raised. And council had selected the County of Lamont Food Bank as the charity of choice. With those funds helping augment their new capital building fund to support a new food bank in Lamont County, which benefits all the towns and villages, as well as the food bank's Christmas hamper program. We had a record amount of golfers last year, just to remind you guys, because we have a few new counselors. We had 144 golfers and a variety of both industry, business, and residents participated in the golf tournament, with 10 gold sponsorship levels being received at the $2,800 level. We are proposing this year in brainstorming to see if we can sell potentially a platinum sponsor, and wanted to see what council's appetite for that would be, as well as a dinner sponsor. These would be over and above to help us cover some of the costs. Any additional revenue that we receive would also benefit the charity of choice. It is recommended once again in 2026 that the charity of choice, in consultation with Family and Community Services, be the County of Lamont Food Bank. Once again, and we'd like to seek council's discussion around that as well. The tournament would have so we'd have the platinum sponsor, which would be like a presenting sponsor. So Lamont County Reeves Charity Golf Tournament brought to you by presenting sponsor. It's that $8,000 level if a company or a group is interested, but also allow them to speak at the dinner, for example, as an incremental benefit, in addition to their logos being displayed on our website, as well as some other incremental things, which we're still coming up with. And then we'd have a dinner sponsorship category at $5,000. And we're also looking to introduce sort of a new game this year, whereby each foursome would receive a golf ball from another sponsor, team ball. And the idea of that is you use your team ball, everybody takes a turn on each hole, or one per hole. So one team member uses it, the next hole would be another member. And if they have that ball at the end of the tournament, they can enter that ball into another opportunity or prize. So it's another way to add some more fun and something different to the tournament this year. Happy to open it up. I think I covered, obviously the shotgun start would be 9:30 again this year. As prior years, council, we would be looking to recommend you have the barbecue hole again at the clubhouse. We would be looking to partner with Stanichi's. We usually do a trade in recent years for some of the sausage and the Kubi burgers and whatnot, as well as AAA meats. We have barbecue meats there. The prices would remain the same. The golf price would be $165 plus GST for an individual golfer. If people want to attend the dinner only, it's $60. And we did have a number of people that just came to the dinner. And then various sponsorship levels. So we would have 1 platinum proposed, 1 dinner sponsor, 10 gold sponsors, 7 silver, and 5 bronze available. And then we're also going to have 15 hole sponsors also available. We leave a few for the trades that we do with the water sponsor. Last year, we had Tiny step up and provide bottles of water, for example. So we use a few of the whole sponsorships as a trading mechanism. Same thing with Synergies. We use one of those to trade the cost of all the food in exchange for a whole sponsorship. So this is a draft. We're happy to have a discussion now at this point. I guess I should point out the financial impact. We have 23,500 allocated in expenses in the 2026 budget, and we anticipate revenues of approximately $60,000 this year, which is an educated guess based on last year. Mr. Reeve, happy to open it up for conversation, and there's a motion in the package, as well as some alternate dates, as I pointed out.
Any questions, anybody? So I do have one.
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
Okay, I do have one. Last year was kind of an anomaly, but I think it took off. I've been approached by a bunch of high school kids that last year at Lamont, you didn't utilize their golf passes. They donated them to the high school golf club, their program, and we was in town and got cornered by a bunch of the kids that are going to be in the golf program again, and they said if anybody is willing to or doesn't want to be part of it, they would love to be able to attend the golf tournament again. So that's just something I was to bring forward. I should have brought it to you earlier, Shane, but just to let you know.
So really,
that was, yeah, and if it happens, it happens. There's quite a few of them that are attending are going into the high school golf program. So when it comes up, and they'd love to be part of the program.
yeah, we will definitely look to accommodate that and suggest to some of the businesses that idea too.
Yeah, if they don't have any golfers that they'd be willing to be junior that would come up and take their place.
For sure. Now, does council want a different price if young people or junior golfers want to golf in the tournament? Or would you be comfortable at the 165?
Still comfortable with the 165. It's for the people that have, or for the companies that come in and donate. If they decide that there's not enough people to golf on their team, then they have an option of sponsoring the junior golf program. So
Sometimes they're only 1 player short, so the student could jump in there.
Yep.
I guess the other piece of comment that I should bring up is the nonprofit rate for the whole sponsorship. So in prior years, we had provided a $300 rate instead of a $450 rate. So as council might know, and newcomers might not know this, but we increased our prices in 2025. We went from $300 to $450 for the whole sponsorship. And we did have one of the groups approach us, it was the Andrews Lions Club, to retain it at the $300. If we do that, I would recommend, and then of course, we also do an exchange with the group you're affiliated with, Councillor Naga, the Housing Foundation. So that one with the Housing Foundation is a trade for a whole sponsorship. But I just want to make sure council's comfortable with retaining that $300 rate for service clubs, or would you rather than pay the $450? So discussion on that would be prudent today too.
I would leave it 300. Yeah. You want profits?
Yeah, and they're not, they don't have.
Neil, you have any input?
No, on that, for the non-profit or whatever, the 350, or is that what it is? 300 or 350?
300.
300, yeah. one thing, Shane, maybe before, you can, see if you can negotiate with them for the supplies. We gotta use the supplies from the curling, from the golf club. We gotta use the supplies, and, last year they charged us and they charged whole sponsors full retail. I think it cost us an extra $1,500 alone. Maybe they can do something that's going to a good cause, food bank and stuff, and, good advertising for them too, so maybe they can, do like they did in previous years and maybe give a deal for people.
Thanks for that, Deputy Reeve White. Just to clarify, are you referring to the cost of alcohol?
Yeah, I guess, without saying alcohol and the thing, yeah, the alcohol and, when we had, one of the whole sponsors, they, ended up not even coming. They got, whatever happened. But, yeah, it, cost us an extra $1,500, so, and that's $1,500 less of, profit from the tournament going to the food bank, right?
Okay, yeah, I think, thanks for that. I think what we'll do, if it's okay with you, Deputy Reeve, is we'll have a discussion offline, you and I, just to, make sure I'm fully understanding that point.
Yeah, because they charged us full retail. The years before, they gave us a break on, I don't know what it was, how many percent break on the supplies, and, last year they charged us full retail, and I think it added up to about $1,500 more. So it's just $1,500 less to the food bank is what it turned out to be.
Yeah, I think, should we be successful as well in, obtaining these new sponsorship levels of platinum and dinner sponsor, that will definitely, help with the point that you're making.
Yeah, we had one whole sponsor too. They were really upset. So, either way, they wanted to support the club and buy from them, and then they paid full retail. So,
Okay, we'll definitely discuss that with them. Thanks for that.
thank
Just a
you.
little bit of a question for counselors, kind of building on the whole nonprofit, whole sponsors. I think what we did last year was that we did that in order to retain sponsors who have been with us for years. Not sure we want to add the nonprofit full sponsorship rate of $300 to new nonprofits. Do we want to just do it to maintain those who have been a mainstay in our tournament?
It was really just the one group. The Andrew Lions Club, just to be direct. I mean, it did.
Up to a whole bunch of students, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, you got 10 of them.
That was $150.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the foundation, they do it as an exchange. But they don't feel comfortable since they are funded by requisitions to go and spend money, so that's why it's the exchange for them.
So you could probably talk about that offline too and come to get a little more information.
Yeah, I would recommend we, maintain it for that one service club, and all others would be at the $450 rate. Would be my recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Any other? Good looking poster. It's easy to read. I suppose.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks really good, you guys.
Yes, thanks to, Jennifer McKaysey, she made that.
Yeah, good work, Jen.
Okay. So we have two motions to make here. One is to choose a date. And the other is to use the proceeds to the food bank. So. Get a motion on the first one in discussion.
Sure. I'll do August 20th.
Yep.
Okay, I can do that. Council choose August 20th, 2026 for the Reeves Charity Golf Tournament and direct administration to initiate organizing the 2026 Reeves Annual Charity Golf Tournament.
Perfect. Any discussion? All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. 20th it is. All right, And then the other one is, might as well make the motion first and we'll make some discussion.
That Lamont County Council authorized that proceeds go to the County of Lamont Food Bank for the purpose of the building, capital fund, and Christmas hamper program.
Okay, any discussion? Favor?
In favor?
Carried. Thank you, guys. All right.
Emergency management bylaw.
Mr. Reed, as a result of a request by the town of Bruderheim to join the Lamont County Regional Emergency Management Agency. There's some required changes to the bylaw. Chief Moore has consulted with Alberta Emergency Management and has identified a number of changes required to the bylaw. This is just a touch point for your endorsement. I'll let the chief carry it.
Thanks, Mr. Kelsey. Mr. Council, for you in your document, you will have the Lamont County Regional Emergency Management Bylaw proposed changes. So the direction that we were given from legal and policy from the Alberta Emergency Management Agency is if we were going to open this bylaw to add the town of Bruderheim into it to make the required changes while the bylaw is open. So before you, you'll see with the notations of the intended changes. Anywhere where it lists the communities, we've just added the town of Bruderheim. Anywhere where we needed to update the information based on the new Emergency Management Act of 2025, that is also shown in the document. The biggest changes are some definitions and some clarifications. On one of the additional pages, we changed the quorum because we're adding an additional community to have an additional voting member. And like I said, just language changes to meet the 2025 Emergency Management Act or the inclusion of Bruderheim. There is no intent to make any changes to the direction of the scope of the bylaw. It is just you modernize it and update with the addition of the town. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you know what's that bylaw number? Just looking at what the reference is. You have that offhand?
No, I'm not. So they're identical in all 5 communities. So that's why this template shows that XXXX,
Okay.
because they all, each of the towns and villages in the county has a different bylaw number to it.
Okay.
So they will all be the exact same upon conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't bring them.
Yeah, and that was the only question that I had, is if it would be consistent to every town and village.
The bylaws are, the numbers are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the draft that we're looking for council's endorsement, not approval.
Yeah.
And then it'll go back to all the other municipalities, and then it'll go back to legal and policy through AMA to approve the changes as presented.
Okay.
And Mr. Reed, the number appears to be 82721. The prior council committee director on January 8th, the Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee was asked, and they agreed that the town of Bruderheim ought to be created into the Regional Emergency Partnership. Coming to you, it's going to go all of
Yeah. Any other questions or concerns about that? Somebody wants to make the motion to include them as a partnership?
I move that Lamont County Council endorse the recommended changes to the regional emergency management bylaw and direct administration to work towards adding the town of Bruderheim to the regional emergency management partnership.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Yep.
Yeah, in favor.
Yep, thank you. All right, take a moment to move into committee.
You have two added items.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. All right, 8.11, St. Michael Road. Go ahead, Mr. Dietz.
Yeah, so I think all of us will know, as part of our program in 2025, we contracted chip sealing on Range Road 184 from Highway 29 to Township Road 562. We did have complaints from the public once the chip sealing was completed. The concerns started with dust when they were sweeping. The contractor was out 4 separate times for sweeping. Upon completion of the sweeping, we did receive complaints from some residents of rock chips. Those were sent to our insurance company for review, and a decision was made on that by them. We did forward on two claims. At this point, there's nothing we can do at the moment with the weather conditions. If there's further work council wants us to look at there, we can definitely review it once snow melts and spring allows it. The only other recommended project we could do there would be to potentially do some other form of seal coat. The council made the decision to do chip sealing. It was balancing overlaying versus a surface treatment. Going with chip seal allows the road to be open during construction versus where you just seal, as council is likely aware, requires either a full closure or 1 lane closure until the road is passable. Otherwise, you're going to end up with sealant all over cars.
I guess the reason I added it is because I've been getting lots of complaints, like a ton of complaints about the rocks flying. And yeah, I think you guys did direct these to your insurance company, but apparently they've been told that the rocks flying and breaking windshields is normal day-to-day driving is what they've been told. And all of the claims have been rejected. And so the onus is left on these ratepayers to pay for their own windows. And I went down there the other day and I checked it out, and I took a rock chip to the window. Like it put a good smash in my window. Like there's something we gotta do here. We can't have rocks flying. And of course we can't inconvenience these guys with dusting them out. I think we definitely need to look at something. It's bad down there. Maybe we have to change the speed limit. I mean, cars passing each other at 80K and getting blasted with the half-inch, quarter-inch rock is not acceptable in my eyes. If that was on a public highway, there'd be consequences.
Just a question for Mr. Dietz. I think that half-inch and quarter-inch rocks are part of chip sealing.
So they do use a 12.5C gradation spec, which is roughly a half-inch.
Okay.
So the process is they lay the chip seal or the chip material over top of the sealant to allow the traffic to drive on it, and it kind of pushes it in. And then over a period of a week to 2 weeks, they go back, they sweep it all off, and then the road is open at full speed. What we can do, we can look at sweeping. One thing I could possibly do, and I don't know whether would be a benefit or not, is to take the shoes off of our plow trucks and scrape it down, you could end up doing more damage than good.
No, I'll contest. I know you won't. Let's put it that way. You'll get one of that off.
Yeah.
And then a fine sweep on it.
Yeah.
You should be much better by spring.
So that is something we can do. You know, I can work with my staff and have that done over the period in the next couple of days. See whether that improves the road heat.
Just a second, if I may, do we still have a holdback on that road?
The holdback was released on that after 60 days.
And it has warranty, they should be the ones fixing the road. If we go there with equipment, our warranty's over, and we're left holding the bag. They didn't do it right. I don't know why the holdback was given. The guys were complaining right along that the road was terrible and wasn't done. We should have kept the holdback, and now it should be their baby to do something there. It's terrible. It's unbelievable the way that road is right now.
I agree with you, absolutely.
Yeah, that check should have never been given, for one, and for two, we leave it alone with our equipment because they got warranty. So we touch it, they'll say warranty's over. Then we're gonna be.
You know, I guess more than anything, I just want to make sure that these ratepayers are compensated for their problems, you know, and they've all been turned away from the insurance company. They've all had to put windshields into their vehicles and the chips that they're taking to their vehicles. I mean, that's not cheap. Cars and trucks aren't cheap these days. It's not fair.
What is the warranty of that?
So the warranty in terms of the contract is a 1-year warranty to any defects in the work.
So I guess if you're losing aggregate, this is a defect warranty.
So I can reach out to the contractor and proceed with trying to make repairs.
Just because I don't know this, but can they do like another, like a light reseal?
Absolutely.
Now that it's on, with a spray cover over?
You can do as many lifts as you want. At a point, it becomes more wearable versus, you know, doing a double lift. Typically in my town of Beaver County, we did a double chip over top of terracing on gravel roads, so you can do a second lift. If the concern is rocks flying, then just doing a seal coat, not doing a chip seal, would eliminate that.
Yeah.
You do have to close the road temporarily for 24, 48 hours, depending on how warm or cold it has to cure, but it can be done.
If the first layer didn't stick, I'm pretty sure you can put as many layers as you want. It's still going to be a problem because the first layer is going to be letting go.
For options or whatever as to how to rectify the situation.
Has the contractor been called and asked what to do, what they can do, what's their recommendation? It's not the first job that they've done and on for any county or any highway project.
So I did have discussions with the contractor on it. They're not sure why the problems are happening on that road. It's the same product they use throughout the province. I did have discussions with a rep from their sister company. They do work in some states in the US. They've gone to a wash aggregate. It's a 3/8 wash, which is a 1/2 inch. They find that it holds better. There's no dust because it's a watt. It's a higher expense, but that's what is used, I believe, based at South Dakota. It's primarily where that's being used. So it's an increased cost, but a better product.
At least we know get some options to see what we can do with this to carry on, make it right.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or concerns about the St. Michael Road issue?
As for the people that were denied through our insurance company, should they be going back to our insurance company now and saying, no, there's a problem there?
So the discussion I had with our insurance rep last week was the claims were below our deductible. Our insurance company has denied their claims. In their view, we're not liable. Whether council wants to reimburse those claims, that will be up to council. So whether the claimant want to make a request to council for reimbursement will be up to them. It's 5,000 per
each event.
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you guys can come back with a couple of viable options for us. Any other questions or concerns? Motion to take this one.
To bring forward.
Yeah.
Further approach to the issue.
And maybe address the warranty we have currently on it.
What we're looking for.
Sure, I'll do that. Want county council direct administration to bring forward alternative approaches to address the issues on Range Road 1 and 4.
Right. Questions or concerns? Favor? Jerry. Why don't we do a break for lunch?
No. There's that, you got time for that last 164? It'll take a minute. Or we can do it after lunch.
Yeah, no, we can carry on. 164 North Mac. Okay, go ahead. You got her.
Okay, that 164 there, last meeting, when we were given the report, it said that road is complete. I'm getting lots of calls here. That road, what are we gonna do here this spring when everybody's getting stuck in the middle of the road? It's turning into mush already. What are we gonna do there? Like I said, the last meeting it said complete. I can't be telling the ratepayers when they call that, no, that road's complete. There's no problem there because we got a huge problem.
Previously discussed with council back in October. We are waiting for spring conditions for the frost to come out to see how the road is holding up. When we were hauling gravel to Mundare and to the Daniluk pit by Andrew, there were days where when the temperature was warming up, the surface was getting, for lack of a better term, slimy, where there's MG30 placed. We weren't seeing any deflection on the road, but definitely those areas was getting harder to travel. So we were shutting the haul down in the afternoon for a couple of days. We still intend to assess the road through the remainder of the winter and into spring and you know, discuss with council when it's appropriate, if there's any further work that needs to be done. For all council's information, we did a shoulder pull from Highway 20 or Highway 45 to Township Road 574. Complete shoulder pull save for about 100 meters north of Township Road 572. That didn't require it. And then after the rains we got in late September, early October, the road did not hold, the surface did not hold up. So we did apply 1.5 inch gravel over the entirety of the approach before the winter set in. And we're working with the area grader operator to maintain the road as best we can.
All right, so you're gonna still do something with it? You wanna start falling
Absolutely,
apart?
I don't, if I said the project was complete, the last meeting, I do apologize. It is our intent to continue on the road, and if there's any further improvements we need to do to make sure that project is complete 100%, that's what we will do.
Okay, good,
Yeah,
thanks.
I'm not sure what the answer is there, but there's absolutely material there that can support any weight. I don't know if you have to. I don't know what you do there, bring up the clay. I know when they did 580. I think they put about a 6-inch layer of 3-inch material and disked it in to into the gravel and packed it, and then they put finishing gravel on it. But if you don't do anything like that, that road will never, ever support anything, eh? You know, it's, like, you couldn't, if you stopped with a 3/4 ton truck, if you didn't put it in 4-wheel drive, you could not start out paying. So, I'm not sure, hopefully all the snow is weighted off, you know, little snow on it as possible. But I would think that needs some major work in spring. You need a lot of gravel there and a lot of packing and
We do, you know, as part of our annual programming, we do have money set aside for patch gravel, for 1-inch gravel, 1.5 inch, 3-inch. We are working to bring forward our 2026 gravel program to council for review, either the next meeting or the meeting after. You know, that road will be part of the program. It does need to be re-graveled after what happened in the fall. You know, there are some other alternatives. They can get costly if you look to do any sort of stabilization injection. You know, the product can be expensive, but it's the equipment to do it is the big cost. We can bring forward all the options later in the spring.
how did the dust controls further north would be easy.
The dust controls are holding up. Anywhere where we've got magnesium on that road, they were getting slimy with the haul in the warm days. But definitely on the south end by Top Yield where it was injected, that's where, you know, the worst of the worst areas are. The product's good and it's bad. It's a great stabilizer for the relative cost, but it does have the problem of it causes the surface to thaw out quicker than the rest of the road will.
It thaws out quicker and it stays slimy. I'm getting there. People complaining on St. Michael too. We did 3 years ago. It's still getting slimy.
We get some noise, that's the problem with it. As soon as it gets noise, it's garbage, yeah, it's just slime, absolute slime.
Any other discussion?
No, that's good.
We have a motion on the board. If somebody wants to read that off.
Or Lamont County Council direct administration to include Range Road 164 in the 2026 gravel program.
Over.
Or something to repair the base or just gravel.
Well, we should mention to rectify the issues at hand, something, yeah. The current issues.
Good decisions are discussed.
Lamont County Council direct administration to include Range Road 164 in the 2026 graveling program and to address issues as discussed.
All right, all in favor?
In favor?
Carried. All right, now we'll stop for a lunch break. And we'll be back 12:50.
12:50? Okay.
12:50.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry it took a little longer. We had a little incident here at lunch, but that's okay. Minor, very minor. We will continue on. We will move into the committee of a whole, committee of a whole, sorry. I can make the motion. The Lamont County Council move the February 10th, 2026 regular council meeting into committee of a whole at 1:18 p.m. All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. All right, committee of a whole emergency services incident. We're gonna get a verbal update on how things transpired. Mr. Bo.
Thanks, sir. Street Council, so, as you're aware, we had an unfortunate incident on Friday, January 30th, involving one of our engines responding to another emergency incident. Road conditions were very, very poor at the time. All of our stations, with the exception of one, were out at incidents multiple times that evening. On the way to an additional incident, one of our apparatus was involved in an incident, left the roadway and ended up rolling into the ditch. Crews from another scene were able to clear, attend to our members and deal with that scene. Not impacting any of the other emergency incidents we had going on at the time. We have received the police report. We have filed an insurance claim. Our adjuster met with Division Chief Helton at 12:30 over at the PW shop to have a look at the apparatus, and we're just waiting a report from our insurance provider at this point. So I can answer any questions that I have for you, or find some answers if there's any questions I cannot answer.
No injuries though, everybody was good?
Pardon me?
No injuries though, everybody?
No, just bumps and bruises and, yeah.
That's the main focus and main concern that everybody had, make sure everybody was fine.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate incident. In the northeast, there was 5 fire apparati involved in incidents in 4 municipalities. It's unfortunate when they happen, and we're looking to A, prevent them in the future, and B, deal with the fallout of them as they happen.
How many firefighters were in the truck, Bo?
3.
Okay, thanks.
And there's nothing to know until the fire. I think the only other thing was everybody's worried about the firefighters, the responders first. Now we worry about insurance to see what it's gonna say about this truck.
Yeah, so
does that leave us down any, like, do we have backup equipment?
Yeah, we have. So we have that fleet of our 5 frontline engines. We were carrying a spare engine we also use for our duty crew, then we have a mechanical backup. So the crew swapped over to the mechanical backup. They are up and running in that truck now, which still allows us to use that spare engine for the duty crew coming up when they start here in March. So yeah, so we're not short, we're just at that line. So we had a neighbor municipality reach out to ask if we had any apparatus to lend after they had an unfortunate incident, or a couple of them, and unable to provide at that point, but we are self-sufficient.
Did it Lamont or Bruderheim?
Station 2 out of Bruderheim.
Yeah, it wasn't much for us on that. It was just a big coating, just kind of lost control by the looks of it.
Yeah.
They didn't smash me in any of those other vehicles.
No, they came over the hill and saw emergency lights and cars stopped on the highway and touched the brakes and went into a rear spin.
Yeah, there was 3 incidences in Alberta that day.
It was 5 in the northeast.
No, I mean, other accident rollovers like that emergency vehicle.
Oh, yeah, and another one went off, leaving the roadway, and another one was hit on a highway in one of our neighboring municipalities.
I mean, major focus is that everybody in the machine is out of the machine and.
Yep. Yeah, we're all wearing their seatbelts, they're well contained, everything is stored as it should be, there's no categories.
Perfect, that's great. Thank you for the update. Anybody else have questions or concerns of any kind? Okay, want to make a motion, we take his information?
Committee of the whole accept the verbal report on emergency services incident January 30th, 2026 as information.
Great. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Deal?
In favor, in favor.
All right, the 9.2 policy review.
Mr. Reed, we have a document in your packet which enumerates all the various policies we currently have in effect, as well as our policy for policy and procedure management. It's not our intention today to go through this in great detail, but to get your support for a process that we use to review, updates, potentially the same sub policies. Hand it over to me, then I want to take you through the discussion and hopefully combine on is an agreement for the deal.
As you see in the attachment and I have on the screen, this is our active policy register. And it shows numerous policy years, some policies older from 2005, some policies are very recent. And it was recommended in the NDA to review policy about every 4 years now, time. And we just bring them all forward to look at them and get feedback from you what you might want to look into future conversations or what you would like to discuss, what needs to be changed, and how we should review them. But you might be able to review them according to the responsible department, numbering. We would like to get some guidance from you.
The other thing that we've done in the last call in the various weeks is we identified a voting. That means that in general, they're probably fine and up to date. RR means that a regular review is probably required. U means requires update. So U means there's more there to do than RR, which means probably just need to take a look at it and sure it's correct. I means that it's in progress, and R means rescind. So, as Ms. Benoit indicates, looking to you for direction, maybe then we could bring those that we recommend as step for rescind forward, and then you could take a decision if you want to rescind that or 3 and 5, but 2 and 4, how to appropriate. Or alternatively, the way we did after 2021, we spend the better part of the afternoon committee as a whole going through each policy associated with the service, for example. And in that year, we spent the better part of January till the end of March in committee of the whole, basically half a day looking at all of these policies. 3 of you were here for the approval of most. 2 of you were here for the approval of only a few. How would you proceed?
We will pull a day and everybody get together.
Well, it's kind of looking that way, isn't it? Like, and just go through it.
I mean, if you notice, the majority of them majority of them were done from 22 the current, which is administration and previous current councils. They pushed hard on making sure that our policies were up to date, bylaws. So I guess to go through them is, it's gonna take an afternoon for sure.
Well, this will take any. Well, that's why it may be appropriate to first take a look at those which, from an administration perspective, we think are fine. And then just validate.
Mm-hmm.
On another day, it could be a matter of looking at those which staff has recommended to rescind. And a couple can either agree or disagree. Direct changes if required.
Yep.
And then the ones that are regular review will be more upgraded, required will be updated. We can do that. I would suggest working on groups. Otherwise, it's just forever. Mid-Bed wants to just go department by department, that could also be, that's not of interest. The Ag Service Board will likely go through all the Ag Services one over the course of the next few months.
Yeah.
But we don't have to deal with those. And then once we get them to where they need to be, then want to suggesting that we number them to a more manageable number.
And so on with 115. There is a suggestion of numbering in the hundreds instead of in the thousands.
Okay.
But we could not have over 1,000 seats at any given time. And it's just easier to reuse a number and just note the date when it was superseded at a new date on top of the policy and keep the number. Because what you see here in some of the policies, the numbers are very close together. In the 4,162, there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and so on. So there, to add another policy that belongs to this group of policies. Yeah, fine. But this is just a suggestion. So let's keep it this way. The change does not.
You rescinded. You don't keep those copies once it's rescinded, or do you always keep copies?
Is no longer in effect.
They're no longer in effect.
And we try not to reuse the number.
Yeah, I think different practices, some have the year and at the end 2025, some don't.
Okay. I guess the administration will come back with for the calendar and see when everybody get together and start a motion of events to see which one we're gonna try to get her started on it. Work our way through.
We'll be bringing them to the chamber and to get a whole.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, when do you want to start doing this? Is gonna be when
July looks so.
2 weeks.
July's all over.
If possible wishes, then we could start in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Maybe we could start with an easy group, those that administration will use up to be rescinded. If you disagree, then we'll move it to the update.
Aaron, I honestly can't hear Peter. I can hear everybody good. I don't know what you guys are talking there, sorry.
Speak even louder. the suggestion is we would start in 2 weeks. Bring forward the group that administration recommends could be rescinded. And then council, of course, makes a decision whether they are rescinded or whether we update. Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before. There's something wrong with that corner because I'm having a hard time with you and not as bad, but you're the quietest one out of the whole crew. The rest I can hear good.
Very good.
Even the guy sitting backwards at the table, I can hear him good.
There's absolutely a dead spot in this corner of the chamber. It's unfortunate. I mentioned earlier to the other councilors that we received an estimate for bringing microphones back into the chamber based on the exercise a couple of weeks ago. Not perfect, but better. So we're working on that, minimizing the cost by reusing some of the equipment that we de-installed last year.
Yeah, we got to do something with the sound. Anyway, carry on.
Okay. All right. So know that we'll be bringing them back to the future committee of the whole meetings. Somebody wants to make that motion?
Sure. Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to regularly bring back policies for review future Lamont County Committee of the Whole meetings.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, so we're gonna return to our regular council meeting, so if you can make the motion to return us.
Yeah, Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the February 10th, 2026 regular council meeting at 1:34 p.m.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
Yeah.
Director's reports, planning and community services department.
Mr. Reed, Vic is here to present on behalf of Planning and Community Services Department. I'll be here to us in January 2026. Go ahead.
Okay, so for goal number 1, new businesses are partners in their community. We have a bit of an update and goal setting for ECDEV. The inaugural ECDEV newsletter went out in the fall of 2025 and has been going out bi-monthly. It went out, it says February 10th, but it went out last week. We have about 105 people that are receiving that distribution and are working on video profiles as part of the grant work for the summer of 2026. P&D staff have attended AIHA working groups with regards to the alignment with the DIS, working with the provincial requirements for the air quality as well as water studies. Those are on track, and I believe I had a meeting yesterday with the government with regards to the water, and that is on track to be published here shortly. The service levels for the safety codes activity, I've listed it out here for you. I'm not going to read it all because it's a lot, but the total from July to December of 2025 was 101 permits. In that same timeline in 2024, it was 94 permits. Development activity is listed there for you with approximately 2 or 4 permits per month in those months. Housing starts, we had 5 from July to December of 2025 compared to 7 in the previous year. Subdivisions, we had 3 in the final half of the last year. And as I was saying earlier, I've had many inquiries in the last couple of weeks and meetings with regards to new subdivisions. The annual community hall and transportation grants under goal 2. Those were issued in August of 2025, and new applications they'll be open for new applications starting March 1st of 2026 with a full advertising awareness campaign to be brought forward soon for council's review. Underneath the FCSS programs, the Christmas hamper program, distributed 150 150 hampers to 469 people, or about 5.5% of our population. The income tax program will launch March 1st and is available to all residents who meet the income thresholds. Rural elder abuse prevention, the coordinator has completed her overview for 2025, worked with 7 seniors in Lamont County, and 2 others that she's providing ongoing support over the past 2 years. Over the 5 counties that she services, Lamont County has the highest rate recorded for the year, with 2025 overall cases across the region. We're slightly down from 2024, but complexity has definitely increased. The CALB programs continue as always, and they completed their 2024-2027 grant term, completing the annual reports that were needed, and have received approval. Year 2 of grant funding started July 1st, so they have a final report date for August 31st of 2026. Received federal grant for New Horizons for Seniors and Bon Appetit Bingo started in October, running in Andrew twice a month. The MPC bylaw was passed and brought into effect as of November 2025. Goal 5, the land use bylaw amendment was passed last year with updating some of the cleanup that was needed. The Reeves annual golf tournament was a success, seeing in excess, that's the word I'm looking for, in excess of 39,000 that was raised for the food bank, which is a total win for that event. Current agreements have been provided to community services for review with regards to the intermunicipal recreation cost sharing agreements. Our ECDEV officer has been to many different events, and as you can see the list on page 137, he's been out and about and meeting people and getting a lot of phone calls and interest in the area, which has been fantastic. Business retention, ECDEV continues to foster relationships with industry leads and prospects. And, from the period of August to December, we saw 7 new business investment related inquiries, and we continue to foster 10 qualified leads and 11 prospect/leads. In the latter half of the year, we won 2 new investments with VIP Rail, announcing further expansion, and a new multi-million-dollar data center in the works for an existing property, hopefully moving forward here this year. We have in planning and development, continue to coordinate with AIHA on alignment of requirements and processes. We reviewed and updated our development permit template. It wasn't working for residents and it wasn't working for us, so we updated that to make it easier for people to fill out and to submit. And we will be doing the same thing with our subdivision application form here this year. And under economic development, the Minister's Award for Municipal and Public Library Excellence was awarded to us. We have been notified that there's a recipient of a Marketing Canada Award from EDAC for the Lamont County Economic Development website. And a submission was made and adjudicated by the Awards Selection Committee Ontario. Awards were presented in October of last year. Is it Kalina? Is that how that's pronounced? Kalina, okay. Family Resource Network. The provincial contract will end as of June 30th of this year. Ministry of Children's Services has once again changed focus and modified the mandate of the FRN structure. As a result, new applications for funding will be required moving forward. We have chosen to work closely with Vegreville and surrounding areas when completing our submission. We believe that showing strong relationships and resource sharing will strengthen the merit of our application. We may need to pivot and offer alternative services or modify existing resources to qualify. Although we continue to be positive and confident in our abilities, it is a possibility for the KFRN to be discontinued in Lamont County if we are not successful. And to end on a win, both Midstream donated $2,500 to our FCSS for summer programs.
And that actually might be 3,500.
Might be 3,500?
35.
Okay. They donated a sum.
Thank you.
Commission. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much, Samantha. We'll stick. Okay, anybody have any questions for Mr. Dick? No?
No.
Okay, can I have somebody make a motion to accept this information, please?
Sure, Lamont County Council accept the Planning and Community Services Department Activities Report for September 2025 to January 2026 as information.
All right. All in favor?
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to committee report. Start with Mr. Naka, right?
First one is January 28th, Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve Board meeting. We had an update on Land Stewardship Center organizational contract. We reviewed upcoming projects for 2026. Reviewed the 2026 budget. We reviewed the new executive and signing authorities. We have a committee to evaluate the executive director position. The executive director is Bob Montgomery. And we reviewed possible sites for the Beaver Hills Biosphere to have a physical address. We looked at several properties in County of Strathcona. Our next meeting is February 19th. We will be reviewing upcoming biosphere review. Once you're designated a biosphere, you have to do a review every 10th year to get that, to keep your designation. And then the other meeting I attended to was a hub meeting in Kidscotty. I never knew much about hub. All I ever heard was what Councillor Warren was bringing to us. Anyway, the meeting was in Kidscotty. There were 63 people at the meeting. There are 48 members in hub. There are 13 board members. They have 4 board meetings per year. There were 8 board members present at that meeting in Kidscotty. The meetings are always on Fridays during the meeting. Anyway, that's just a summary of that. Anyway, when I was asked to go to that meeting, Reeve Wick asked me what NAGO meant. Hey? So NAGO, NAAGO, stands for Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity. So anyway, just some highlights from that meeting. The membership fees will be revisited at the AGM. I think this year we had the membership fees double. Anyway, and part of the reason for that is March 31st, 2027. The government will no longer provide any government funding for hub. So I think that's partly for
The increase.
For some of the increasing. And the NAGO chair is Tim McPhee. Anyway, so the purpose, I guess what hub does is it provides all the information about industry and interest in industry and everything else. That's what Bob does. And he just gives it to all the members. What NAGO wants to do, that would be like a separate in-house entity but they would be the ones that are lobbying the government for, you know, industry or whatever they want for a certain area. So they had, Tim McPhee did a presentation, and so this, hub, the members, are from Athabasca all the way west to the border. And, I forget how far south they go, but they sort of have three goals that that whole area would like to, bring to the province's attention, eh? And the first item is Highway 28 improvements, eh? I guess the election cycle stalled some of the progress was made on the lobbying for that. Second item is healthcare. NAGO will form a new health committee. The number 3 priority is electricity distribution rates. People, rural people get charged more for the rate than urban people do. Anyway, then they got into the thing like, so what are the fees for that? Some said, well, there won't be an increase in fees, but it'll be sort of a whatever money is given or collected for that, that'll be just a different GL code and under how they. So that took a little bit of discussion. And there's another thing about fees. I think it's per capita. Yet some of the bigger centers are capped at 10,000, eh? So someone wanted those bigger areas to pay a little more instead of a cap, and quite a bit of discussion on that. Nobody solved anything, but anyway, Bob would be running the NAGO would be under Hub. He would be sort of overseeing it, and then Min would look after NAGO. And Bob is just providing the information, so it's just sharing of information. And he thought that he would be able to take on this extra responsibility. Anyway, that's about it. I guess there will be another meeting coming up. I guess, I don't know if we're one of the board members. There's 13 because they're municipalities, towns, villages and counties, but also some industry like Hatco is a member. So I don't know how that all works, but yeah, a lot of information to absorb there in the 4 hours, and I didn't have any information when I went there, so. Anyway, that's my report. Any questions?
Thank you for attending on the meeting on the service board meeting and the time you were. So appreciate you very much.
Anyway, I'd like to move my report on the Beaver Hills Lions here and on the hub board meeting as information.
All right, all in favor? Yep. Carried.
Yeah, I'm in favor,
John?
Actually, I don't actually have any reports this time around. The one that I would have went to, we were at a prior engagement, so I missed out on it, so.
Okay. Mr. Zorowski?
Yeah, I had one, the Vermilion Watershed Corridor. And it was more of a workshop than a kind of meeting in that, but a few things that came out of it that I didn't know that the Vermilion water river, it actually starts at the Holden water area. It starts at Holden and drains it down. And it drains in through Vegreville and through its way to the North Saskatchewan River. Usually this river, the Vermilion River, by midsummer dries out along that way unless it's got some extra rain and stuff on it, it says. And that our chairperson is, she's a teacher in a Vermilion college, so she had some students in this class that were giving a little bit of insight. And actually, one of the river actually flooded in Vegaro in the 1950s. That river actually flooded, and it was a picture of the hospital, because that river goes right behind the Vegaro Hospital. And the water up to the hospital and so on. So that's a brief review.
You wanna make a motion to take yours as information?
The Lamont County Council accept the community report from Councilor Gerald Trotsky on the Vermilion Watershed Alliance meeting as information.
All in favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay. Right. So for myself, I'm gonna give a brief overview. I've had a lot of meetings. The AIHA, we went on a tour last week for the stakeholder, engagement tour. Just to show industry, we had an actual shell let it go right on site and see a whole site, tour. From that, I've been on the John F. Batuk. And forgot the word I was using there. It was gonna be a big one. John F. Batuk has done some repair, analysis on one of the lines. They have found 0 issues from what I understand. Water rate has been set, but as of today, we still haven't got a rate or a letter from the John S. Batuk, so we can't really say what rate is yet. From there, I've been on the hemp board. Hemp meetings is actually really good because Ms. Blaney came to the Heartland Association and did her presentation there. All the monitoring systems are up and running, and they're looking to move a couple more around, some into Lamont County itself. I've met with Ms. Hominiuk a couple of times. Hi. No, Heartland Air Monitoring Partnership.
Air.
Monitoring.
Hemp. Okay, very good, hemp.
Yes.
Sorry. We had hemp ones,
Yes.
Yeah, no, the ham, that's the right. Yeah. I've met with Ms. Hominiuk. She had a Ukrainian council meeting. I attended in Edmonton at the legislative building. And she's been to a couple of our meetings here just to let us know what she's been doing around the area. She keeps us well informed with emails and letters. On the hub side, Mr. Naka attended that for me as was in an ag service board meeting. Then we had an ag service board conference seminar here, actually in Lamont, we hosted. That was to find the new executive and to meet them and see some of the things they're bringing forward to the RMA. The Richardson ground squirrel is a big strychnine poisoning. Some land use. And that is about it for right now. I make a motion that we accept the industrial heartland, the John S. Batuk, the Heartland Air Monitoring, the meeting with Jackie Hominiuk, and the Alberta our agricultural service conference as information. Any questions? Concerns? All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Mr. Whitus, any?
In the last 2 weeks, nope, nothing, but when I get back, I'm gonna have a pretty busy schedule, so I have a few more.
Perfect. Can I have a motion to take all reports as information, please?
Next year.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So that means moving on. Correspondence for action. We have 2 that are right off the bat that we've already dealt with. since we rescinded our motion.
You got them already?
Yep, and we have one for the police funding model.
Yeah, so just to read the material and page and then 42 to about 150-ish. Talks about the police funding model. To make a long story short, the RMA is asking that we request municipalities to understand the estimated cost of the model so that we can share that with them. We have done so, and we know that the cost for Lamont County for the 26-27 year is $364,882. We budgeted $360. The estimated increase for 2027 will be 24%. Will be 29. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
The 26%, we make it 530. So increase 10%. In year 5, it would be 827 versus 354, so that's about $450,000 over 5 years.
Yeah, that's something. Oh, that's something. Yeah.
So I would have to imagine that they're gonna give us a little better breakdown of what services and what this is actually gonna benefit the area. I think, yeah,
We literally got it today.
so we got this information today, so it's very, very, very fresh for everybody. It's like a half hour old. So I'm guessing we'll be getting hold of RMA to talk with them to see how they can help us figure this out and offset it, so.
They find that program for the county is rate was for the fire department before we run out of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big number. You know, lots of questions with things.
Yeah. All right, well. All right, we'll move on to correspondence for information.
Got 1, page 146. This is copy. Who is so our letter of support for the Ukraine committee council in support of the Ukraine. Next, we have information about the police review. This is the oversee this program. We have an email that I sent to you earlier in the week from Staff Sergeant Scott Longley of the staff that had to do with the policing priorities referenced in his delegation today, with the opportunity to identify your location as local county. Pretty sure with us the main residents. And then on page 152, it might look like it's an email to those. And the Island report update. Straight to Particularly with the board. Meeting the board and the upcoming budget schools, just so that they're.
Okay. Hey, Michael, if you guys are interested in attending, I'd like to hear back about it. I'll be away in Ottawa at that time. The Alberta Industrial Heartland. But yeah, it's to deal with the crime that's been going on in this area, so. Gives you pricing for meals and adults and for kids, so. If there's no other questions about correspondence, can I have a motion to take it as information? Just for information. All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
In favor?
Carried. All right, can we get a motion to move back into regular meeting, please? Oh, no, into closed meeting. We have economic development update. Reason we go in is because of the names of the people, other proponents that want to come in. So they've asked that their names be kept anonymous for right now. So it's just an update for council. Can we have a motion, please, to move into closed session?
Sure, the Lamont County Council moved February 10th, 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 2:03 PM to discuss economic development date.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yeah, she'll sign me back up or what's happening here?
Yep.
You're out, Neil.
Carried. Yep.
So, turn the YouTube video off now, I will turn it back on after the.